Yo, Arch, what's up? Testing, testing. How are they gonna be muted till we get started? Yeah, no problem. Did my first real, yeah. Also test stream. Sick. Should be good, Archie. If you want to actually come on right now into DnDiscussions, we can just like test your audio and just like chat a little bit before stream starts, or like before like the thing starts at 12:30. I got a few viewers, Danny. Oh, you're saying you did your first. Got it. That's really cool. What the heck? Wait. When did you stream, Arch? Also, you got the internet for it, so that's really sick. Work. Yo, Shifting! Hey. By the way, Shifting, if you want to come on to the DnDiscussions voice chat at all, it doesn't matter if your voice is here. For the first 30 minutes, we're just gonna like chat, hang out, maybe test some audio, just make sure everyone's feeling all right. And also, I'm wondering what creature you want to show from your bestiary. I have some choices that I've already reviewed before, but we can definitely review other ones if you have certain like things that you wanted to talk about. I had to cut it short because mom needed me for errands. Ah, got it. All right, well that's cool. Yo, you should let us know. Advertise it next time, even if it's like for like 30 minutes or something. It's cool. Take whatever steps you want to take, and we'll be there. Work. I'm fine with. Hey Kev, we'll most likely just be lurking for the first part, but I'd ready to have unpopular opinion later on. Very cool, Lewis. Thank you very much, and no problem about that. I know it's like, you know, it's like a whole. Oh my God! Thank you very much for liking the stream on Facebook, I believe. Thank you. But yeah, I know like a whole 4-hour stream of just like conversation might be a bit long, so just pop in whenever you can. Thank you very much for being able to come on later. I'm fine with whatever creature. And which voice did you want me to pop in later? It's the one that I'm in right now, DnDiscussions. We made a whole voice chat specifically for these types of things. I'm gonna see if like maybe this is a segment that I want to always do on Thursdays. Just basically have conversation, prepare some dialogue. Might be a good process. I was doing a Skyrim challenge roulette. You have to die the first challenge as a battle mage, can only use one weapon and one-handed spells and only light armor. That must be really hard. I remember I tried doing a challenge on Skyrim, only illusion magic and like I guess short range daggers. Very difficult. Very difficult to say the least. Lewis might not have rights to it. Might not have rights to it. Did I say something? Did I forget? What do we not have rights to? I can't see a voice chat for DnDiscussions, only text chat. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'm gonna change the rules for this. Give me a second. Huh. You should be able to see it. That's weird.
Look now, I changed some settings.
Oh, okay, you literally changed it right when I looked at it. Okay, cool. I'm on it. Kev. Huh? On what? On what? What is Patty on? Oh. Oh, I see. She's going to help me on the task. Thank you. Okay. Thank you both. I really appreciate both of y'all. Y'all are the best. You're the best around. Na, 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 na. Ah. Yeah, if anyone wants to come on stream just to test out some audios, we're just going to be doing that for the first 30 minutes. It's already 10 minutes in, so in about 20 minutes we'll start. If you want to just like feel free to just chill out. I'm actually going to pop in.
Oh.
Ooh, hello. I'm going to lower your... Let's see.
Sorry.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, I don't have a headset, so it's only the microphone that's built in the laptop.
No problem at all. Actually, you might be pleasantly surprised to hear that it's actually not bad.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Yeah, it's actually quite clear. Yeah, this must be like a pretty good laptop, huh?
Yeah, well, it's good to work on, but for playing games, I have to lower the quality a lot.
Oh, I lived that life before. Everything on lowest settings.
Yeah.
I wonder if I should have background music at all for this entire stream.
I would have like very low volume, like lo-fi stuff or something like that.
Because like, if I'm cutting the video, and then I like try to cut between different sections, like it might just like randomly jump the music. You know what I'm saying?
Or will?
Like, won't it?
I don't know.
Like, so you can imagine like I cut, and someone's like talking. And there's like maybe like boom, boom, whatever in the back, and then I cut to the next section that's relevant to the conversation, and then it's like like it.
Oh
like,
no, yeah,
completely jumps
no,
between...
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it keeps cutting between different, very jarring or noticeably different parts of the music, but it's just boring maybe in the silence. I don't know. I'll turn it off once we start talking.
Sounds good.
Okay. You want me into... Yeah. Archie, come on in so we can test some audio. I need to like adjust everyone's settings and stuff. I'll go ahead and actually just start the stream.
But yeah, I'm fine with whatever creature you're interested in.
Got it. Yeah. Let me go ahead and pop it up. So I was looking at it just to check on some options. So I really love basically everything that I've seen thus far because there's like a story attached to it. You can basically make a one-shot out of any single one of these things. I think I also remember your dragons. I don't think you called them dragons, but they also had like layer things. Which is that like a normal thing in bestiaries to have?
It is for dragons, yeah. Starting from, I believe, adult dragons, since they settle into a lair and they build a treasure hoard, they do have lair actions.
Interesting. Yeah, I probably should have like looked at a bestiary to compare yours to. But Dragon Craze? Hey
Yes.
man, thank you for your help during this conversation to make up for my ignorance.
Hmm.
Appreciate you. Take a cool ones.
Oh, I need to open that back up.
Oh, that'd be cool actually if everyone wants to. I should copy paste that. Give me a second.
You pinned it in one of the.
Was it in D&D?
It's the first pin in the D&D
Hell fucking yeah.
chat.
Alright, and I'll post it in DnDiscussions. This is the first of... yeah, cool. And then... Archie, do you want to say a few words real quick?
Hello, I am Archie.
Cool. Just go ahead and just say a lot of sentences real quick.
We could go Dragon Plus Zero.
No.
Saw that coming.
No. Hey Patty, thank you very much for letting us know about that. And in the YouTubes. Okay, and then let me go ahead and check. This should work as well. Nice. Go ahead and talk, and you can look at the screen. At the sorry, stream. I mean.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
So this should be quite convenient. Full discussion. It's also big enough, so probably people will know. If you want to change your names or your icons right now before the stream, now is the time to do it. I mean, stream's already on, but you know. Oh, and Pat just commented in the Facebooks as well. Thank you very much for that as well. Change censure. You gonna do us one by one or all together? Yeah, I'll do you one by one, and then we'll talk about homebrew. What is
Giggity.
giggity? You want me?
God damn it, Kevin.
Yes.
Oh, that's nasty.
That's nasty.
No.
I love it when people have like really like stupidly good accents. Like Razzy's crazy good. It's a lot of them too. Okay, so let's see. I'm trying to look at these. I should probably make this bigger for the stream. Actually, that's interesting. I didn't realize that. I should probably do it like this. Okay, so now it's lined up properly. I'm not too partial towards any particular beast. So actually, shifting, if you want to like choose or like help me find, if you can point out different ones that have like different aspects of your homebrewing, for example, like I mentioned the dragons and have the layer actions, whatever, maybe anything that has anything unique in terms of its build, I think that'd be very useful for me.
Yeah, the Wargowers or the sea dragons that I homebrewed are interesting. And the, sorry if I butchered the pronunciation, but I'm not really that good with Celtic names, but the Yangan Nitan is also an interesting thing.
I need a spelling just so I can Google. Yo, Foxy, what's up? So I can Google find it.
Oh, let me quickly copy paste it.
Thank you. Yangan Yitan? Yangan Titan? Okay, cool, that one. Alright. So we got that one. Can I click on it? That's... Wait, I can't click on it. Okay. 31.
Yeah.
Titan. Okay.
I don't know if it automatically brings it to that, but for me it's just like I can to the page where it should be, but apparently not for people who just read it.
Yeah, whenever I click it, it just reloads the entire thing for me.
Yeah.
So I start at the beginning
Yeah.
again.
No problem. That's very easily circumvented. Okay, so Morgar and the Yangan Titan, what are the general like unique things that you wanted to showcase about those?
Well, I actually came up with the Morgower before it was considered to be the Morgower, so everything from that was from scratch.
Cool.
And then I adapted it to the legend.
Oh, cool. Okay. So you're saying that later on there was some stat blocks for Morgar?
Yeah, I already had the stat blocks. For me, it was just Sea Dragon.
Right. Okay.
Because I was intending to make like a little story based on D&D, and I
Okay.
was going to use the Sea Dragon in there. But then, while working on this massive project, I came across the legend of the Morgower, which fit perfectly with the Sea Dragon.
Excellent.
So I merged them together.
Sweet. Okay. So probably what I'll end up asking you is like, you know, well, everyone's introduction, their experience with D&D, and then if you could like briefly discuss like like why you made this or why you wanted to start trying to work on this, the goal and things like that. And then we'll get into specific creatures where you can showcase. So we'll go over the Morgar and the Young Gun-Itan. And perhaps we may go over the dogs that I went over in last week's stream. But if not, we'll for sure go over your things.
Yes.
Actually, yeah, probably we'll go over the dogs so I can like showcase the general feel. Basically going over how like each entry has like a story attached to it, and all of the stat blocks are unique, taking inspiration from Celtic mythos. Is that correct?
Yes, everything is basically handmade in the sense that I come up with it. I just base it off of the myth.
Very cool. Okay.
But I don't want people to like see it and then be like, oh, that's just copy paste from that creature or that creature. I want it to be original.
Cool. Very good. Very good. Okay, and then that's basically the thing. And then after we have this conversation, hopefully I'll try to mediate the time. So then, Archie, if you want to also discuss your spell thingy, like your general process of creating spells, we can talk about that briefly, and then get into maybe like an example of how to homebrew something. I actually need to pick something real quick. 5e.tools. I love divination. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
No.
What the hell? Why
I'm
not?
picking.
Okay. What's a cool divination spell? Maybe I should be a little more basic though, huh? Like a little more on the nose. Maybe we'll just do an evocation. I'm kind of curious. Maybe I'll just like ask the stream. Yeah, I think I'll just do that. Cool. Yeah, that's what we'll do.
Or roll a d8.
We'll roll the.
Because there are 8 schools of magic.
Very true. Okay. Excellent. Let's see, and then reading the chat real quick. Yo, Paul's here. What's up? Hello.
Where did they add a knot?
What was that?
Apparently there's a psionic magic, which I don't know if that's from original or what.
Psionic? That reminds me of Pathfinders. Excited for this streamy beamy. We'll be around more in a little bit though. Sick. Oh, and by the way, connection spotty, don't worry about it. Just like, yeah, just let us know, or yeah, it's no worries. Because today you're going to be my crutch.
Okay.
But I will try to survive without you. Whenever I can. Yes, because I am a noob at D&D.
Okay, so there's no psionic magic.
Oh, okay. Might be just more advanced. Oh no, they are better, but I'm catching. Hello, I'm chat. We'll answer questions. Necromancy by far the best school. Couch, nice. Couch, you said you're at work today, right? But you'll just be listening in? Okay. Okay, and then the only person we're missing out now is Omni.
Omni. I missed her.
She's probably like literally waking up right now, so it's just fine. I'm gonna give her a message though.
Well, she was awake before. She's excited.
Oh really? Nice.
Yeah, I believe they're just finishing off paperwork to get their house.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay, just sent them a message. Cool. Let's see. Do you want to give me a brief of like generally what you're trying to talk about, Archie? Like your process?
Oh, my process.
Yeah.
Well, I know when I've talked about how I make my homebrew spells with like other people that specialize in spells,
Mhm.
they always say it's a bit strange, but
Makes sense.
I normally start with a name, like the name itself,
Okay.
not, and if not the name, just like a general idea of how I want the effect of the spell to be.
Mhm.
But that's majority of the time how I come up with my own spells. And there's two things I have that help me out. One is I have a notebook and just a brief description of the different schools of magic to help me visualize how I want it to be. So you said divination, so to me that's manipulation of dice and fate and all that.
Mhm.
So let me think. One spell I made up a while ago was Gambler's Fate. It's a level 3 divination spell, and you can use your reaction on either yours or an enemy's turn. You roll a d6, and whatever number pops up on a d6, you can either add or subtract from either yours or the enemy's roll. And obviously at level 5 or 6 spell slots, or 8 or 7 or 8 spell slots, you add an extra d6 on top of that.
Mhm.
So at later levels it could be really have very heavy advantage or very heavy disadvantage. And personally I like to have the mindset of level 1 through 3 is very heavy utility orientated, because I found damage spells like Firebolt don't get used as much unless you're using them at a higher spell slot.
Mhm.
So to keep it fair, I use level 1 to 3, very utility orientated, so it's always helpful no matter what level you are.
Mhm.
Level 4 to 6, a mixture of heavy damage, heavy utility, so somewhere in between. And if by some miracle you get to the higher levels where you can use level 7 to level 9, I just put pure damage in there, because at that point that's all you want.
Got it. Okay. Let's see.
And that, so I come up with a name, come up with basic effects like spell A does effect B if condition is met. And to tweak it, and I've joined some Discord servers that specialize in often one-shot campaigns, like casually, so they are very open to homebrew shit. So it's very easy for me to go, hey, I'm homebrewing a new spell, I need it to practice. Do you mind if I do it? And the base die I always set is a D8, because I find that's the most fair die possible.
Got it. Okay, and I'm going to elaborate more on all of these questions once we get to that section. Is that cool with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Very cool. All right. Thank you very much for the rundown, so I know a little bit about where we're going to be headed to today. 2 minutes to start. What's up, Omni?
Hi, Zoe.
Hi. Yeah, thanks for coming. Appreciate you.
Happy to be here.
Oh yeah, are you tired?
Yeah, she is.
I'm
can
not
tell.
well. I'm not well today.
You're if you can't do it, it's totally fine.
Yeah, no, I'm not that unwell. I'm just feeling a little meh today.
Okay.
I think I'm having coffee withdrawals, but we'll see.
Coffee withdrawals?
Coffee withdrawals.
You can't have coffee.
Yeah, add it.
I just haven't had coffee today. We're trying to fix our sleep schedules properly. And I just haven't been drinking coffee or anything like that. So it's just it's a yikes.
Got it. No problem at all. Well, if you need to like go and do whatever you need to do to wake yourself up during the stream, don't worry about it. Today's gonna be like a real chill test run. But with that being said, I guess we're just gonna go ahead and get started. Welcome everyone to the stream. Today we're going to try out a little segment, a new thing that we've been doing a little bit before, but today we're gonna try like a longer segment of DnDiscussions. Yay! Wow! A day where we bring some more people on the from the community in order to talk about various topics about D&D. And so today, for the first segment, we're going to be bringing on all the peoples that you can see. Their names right here: Shifting Two Wolf, Dragon Craze, Archie Lakota, and Amnesia. So cool. And before we begin, though, I'm going to let's say a few announcements. Actually, as always, definitely check out my Facebook and YouTube so that I can get to those like the equivalent of affiliate on both Facebook and YouTube, and you can help me with that by liking, following, subscribing to all of the channels and whatnot. I just released a new YouTube video, so if you go down into the description panels below and click on the YouTube, you'll definitely see it's like 37 seconds long. I'm trying to do like a short comedic series, so hopefully that's pretty good for the channel. Give me a second as I look at my notes. Oh, today is actually the end of the Orvos event, right? So I will be releasing off stream in the Discord the follow-ups to how we're going to handle that. Basically, we're going to have like a voting system via survey. And that being said, let me go ahead and change my overlay real quick, guys. Oh, nope. That's not what I was trying to do. Okay. Click that. Cool. Alright. I'm just gonna choose that. Yeah. My quick fix. I'm at work and you got waifus on the screen. Sorry about that. No. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Is that really a bad thing?
Depends on what he does for work.
Fair play.
Fair play. Okay. So let's go ahead. Okay. With that being said, let's go ahead and get into it. And so first off, we're going to start this conversation for homebrewing. Let's see. Yeah. How to homebrew and a way to approach it. We have Shifting Two Wolf here, who has actually created kind of like an amazing homebrew bestiary, all inspired by Celtic mythos. And so we're going to be talking about that first. Actually, even before I even go through all that, sorry, can we get introductions from all of y'all? So name, your experience with D&D. I guess a fun fact, that's cool.
Well, I'm Shifting Two Wolf. I have very little experience in D&D actually, because I only got into it last year November.
Cool.
Yeah, and I love it, but with my health issues, I find it difficult to actually go to a game or have an online game, as I need to take breaks on the regular.
Got it. Okay.
So I just homebrew and make a D&D pinboard to give other people inspiration and help.
Sweet. Okay. I'm glad that you have that outlet available to you. Dragon Craze?
Okay. I thought like we were gonna go random, or what do we do? Okay.
I guess we'll just go.
I'm Dragon Craze. I've been playing D&D for about 2 years. Currently in the process of making my own world, so that's fun. And fun fact. I've been told I can do a decent Scottish accent, but I'm very intimidated to do it because we have 2 Scottish people in the chat.
I am
Go
offended.
ahead. Do it.
Oh no.
I'm
I
not
don't know,
even
it's not
Scottish.
really that great. It's just, it's alright.
Oh, wait. You're actually good at it.
Oh shit.
Huh.
Yo,
Oh, shit.
so right when I tried to do my accent stuff during like a I forgot when I tried doing that. I know Omni and
God.
Xme were
Don't,
like
Kev.
super shitting on me. And so since then, literally during my D&D streams, like I don't do voices that much anymore. Like I do it sometimes. I do it
I'm
sometimes.
sorry.
But I do
No,
think I
it's-
need to study a little more on the accents.
There are YouTube videos that help.
Yes, there are.
I find. So.
Good stuff. So anyway, that's great. Thank you very much for that, Dragon Craze. We'll go ahead and go for Archie now.
Hello, I am Archie. I specialize in homebrews and spells, and obviously, because of that, I play a lot of wizard.
I'll say.
I've been playing D&D since about the start of 2017, so a fair bit of experience.
Sweet. Thank you for that. And then Omni. Oh, goodness.
I'm Omni.
Wow, crap.
Oh.
Round of applause.
Yay!
Nice,
I've been
nice.
playing D&D for literally, September, I think was the first time we played together.
Yeah, it was
Right?
literally with our group, right?
Yeah.
It was the Phasmophobia.
No, it
No,
was
no, it
the
was,
one where everyone kept
Maelstrom.
telling me to lick the statue.
Oh, my brother was doing that.
Yeah.
Weird. I didn't know my brother was into that crap.
And it's carried on throughout my entire D&D campaign. People keep
There's
telling
not
me
been-
to lick things. I don't think I've played a single D&D session where I've not been told to lick something. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem. I'm glad I
Fairness, you
can
often
influence.
do lick it.
I mean, I did lick a wall once, and I gained
Gain the
knowledge from the wall. So, sometimes it works.
That's amazing. Dragon Craze, you said you played for 2 years. Was that right?
About 2 years.
About 2
yeah,
years. Archie, you said 3 years.
Roughly 3, yeah.
Cool. I think something cool about D&D in general, and maybe people would disagree with this, but I think it's a pretty subjective game that you can enjoy in any way that you want. With that being said, Shifting to Wolf, we're right about to get into their own content, their whole homebrew bestiary, and it's huge, extensive, it's great, and with only relatively not that much experience being able to do something like that, Omni being able to be a masterful role player and licking things in her campaign, there's a lot of great things that come about even from perhaps a relatively low amount of experience or something, but it's probably one of the best things about D&D, huh? Like you can kind of do whatever you want. So really appreciate everyone being on here to share y'all's perspective. Let's go into this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop up the bestiary just so that everyone can see kind of what we're going to talk about. This is what Shifting to Wolf has put together with how much experience again exactly?
I started D&D November last year. So
November last year.
technically I knew about D&D a year, but
Super
I
amazing.
started homebrewing, working on this project, start of October this year.
October. Wow. Wait, October. That's literally 2 months.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Okay, and so let's go ahead and look at this. It's a huge bestiary, again, based on Celtic mythos. All of this is completely homebrewed,
Yes, indeed.
based on apparently the mythos and stories itself, and then all the stats and lore stories attached to each of these entries is all from you originally.
Yes, I try to keep to the myth as close as possible, but sometimes they just give you the name of the creature and they say for example, oh, so and so was a mythical werewolf, and that's it. And then I have to build onto that to at least give some lore and something for DMs to go onto.
So you are about 67 pages in with super small font and all this thought to go into it. This is a huge undertaking, to be sure. And so really good job so far. It's always such a cool thing to review this every single week. It's
Thank you.
it's like a how do I say, like bedtime story for us every single week. But with that being said, let's go ahead and get into so my own. We've been able to review some of these already during the stream, and I'll be very brief on this explanation. So, as an example, there are these black dogs that Shifting to Wolf has created, and they're basically like, the story is that there are 5 or so dogs that all look quite similarly, but it's like Phasmophobia. Like, you don't know what dog it is, you don't know what ghost it is until you see their behaviors, and all these behaviors were based on the mythos. And so it's like, I think one of the coolest things about Shifting to Wolf's content is the fact that any of these can be turned into a one-shot in itself. There is huge story and flavor text attached to each and every single one of these entries, a lot of thought, a lot of extra information, so that there's a lot of things to play with. And so we're going to go into that. This is the example that we went over together, but there are a couple of examples that Shifting was interested in talking about during the stream. So we're going to go ahead and do that. The first one, do you want to do the Morgar or the Yanganitan?
Oh, it's completely up to you what you're more curious about.
We're going to get through both, so I am equally curious in both. Let's go ahead and go to the Morgar River as soon as I can find it. Let's see, what page is that on? Brilliant. Table contents. Thank you very much for that. Page 43. Oh, give me a second. Morgar. Okay, yeah. So go ahead if you want, or how do I? No, not if you want. Go ahead and I guess give like an overview of the Morgar and maybe some of your thought process going into the creation. And also everyone else, if y'all want to like think of questions on like, you know, how like your own questions on the approach and stuff, that'd be cool too. So go ahead.
Well, I originally want to use a sea dragon in just like a story for a hobby, and I couldn't find any aquatic dragon. The closest aquatic creature to a dragon is a dragon turtle, I believe, which is not a true dragon. So I just decided to homebrew a sea dragon, but I want to keep it dangerous, but at the same time still approachable. Like, it's not one of the chromatic dragons that you need to flee because they're evil, but
Okay.
it can still do some serious damage if you attack it.
Okay, very cool.
So yeah, I basically came up with the idea of having a sea dragon that is still able to move onto land if it wishes so, but will be heavily encumbered because it is, of course, adapted to a life in the ocean.
Very cool. Can you walk through some of the, like, how do I say, where did you read about all of this mythos in order to be inspired to write all of this?
Oh, so like I just looked up all the Celtic mythological monsters, the names first, to see like, okay, what can I find about these creatures? And the Morgauer originally is like, if you look up just Morgauer pictures, you'll just get a plesiosaurus.
Mm-hmm.
But there are so many people who have quote unquote seen the creature or claimed to have seen it, and all of those sightings vary. Like, some say it's very small, others say it's very big. So I found it interesting to think like maybe it is just like the life stages, the life cycles of a dragon. Like, someone saw a Morgauer wormling and someone else saw an ancient Morgauer, which is why the sizes would differ so much.
Okay. So, yeah, that's really interesting. So at any time you saw any conflicting informations or different informations, you tried to purpose all of them to create an entire story, I guess, of the existence of any of these creatures. Is that about right?
Yeah. Like, I tried to make it quote unquote waterproof. Like if someone were to point out like, oh, why is that one smaller than that one? Well, maybe that one is a baby and that one is an adult.
Okay, that's amazing. By the way, for anyone else in the voice chat room, if y'all want to just like randomly interject and ask questions, super okay to do that. So you mentioned that your experience is pretty limited in D&D. How did you go about making the stat blocks for this creature?
Well, first I got introduced to D&D by like a friend who suggested Critical Role, and I know that already is rather heavily influenced by homebrewing.
Yeah.
So then I looked up, well, the actual books to see what the idea behind the stat blocks is, how it works, all the rules and such. And then I found a stat block generator that allows me to put in the information, and it will calculate like passive perception, the amount to hit, the amount of damage, the health dice for the size of the creature. So that already helps a lot, because if I had to do this on paper, I would have no idea where to begin.
That's crazy. You're saying that there are resources out there that you can input some details and it'll like spit out the other stats that would make sense with the details that you've provided?
Yeah, I'll drop it in the Discord as in the DnD tab. I'll pop in the link. It's
Appreciate
very easy to use.
Very cool. Thank you for that. That's really awesome. Let's see. While you're doing that real quick, let's see. In general, for everyone else in the voice chat, have y'all had any experiences homebrewing monsters? And what's that been like in general for y'all?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go first.
Okay. The only thing that I've statted out so far are the horsemen.
Yeah, right.
And I've done it on a level progression like they were a player.
Okay.
So like I planned out, because with the group that I play with, everybody gets a feat at first level.
Got it.
I did that, and I planned out all of their ASIs and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I was able to know where they started from and where they are now. I don't know how I would go about doing something akin to like the Morgar or
Sure.
but that's the closest I've had.
Yeah,
Archie?
for sure. So like your stat blocks creatures, if you will, were actually like full blown out characters that were very important to your campaigns, your homebrew storyline. And so for you, so far, your approach has been to literally build them like a full-fledged character with like very, very in-depth backstories for each of them, like you would do for a player.
Yep.
Very cool. And then Archie?
I've only made one monster so far, and you've witnessed it, the mannequin.
Yeah.
I found it familiar but different, because I went into it with the same mindset of this is just a slightly more complicated spell, and it helped. It was just there's some things I had to get used to. Like obviously, I forgot to put bloody attacks on my first monster. Hello.
Oh, you're saying just to put the stat blocks for the attacks and stuff?
Yeah, I forgot. There's, like I said, it's familiar but different. There's a few more neon shares that I forgot about, like attacks and all that.
Got it. Yeah, and sometimes there's some details that we forget, even though they're literally required for every single monster. But
yeah,
so I'm just and then Omni, I know for you haven't created any creatures. You're basically just starting to like play D&D. But I guess from your perspective, as a new player coming into D&D, what are some of the things that you look for whenever you're playing D&D, or like what would you imagine? What are some things that you would be looking for? What are some interesting aspects to? Oh my God, thank you very much for liking the stream. Yeah, what are some interesting aspects to a monster in any of your sessions? And I'll ask that to everyone else as well.
I think for me, the most important thing that comes with a monster is like the lore or the description of it, I
Sure.
guess. I don't really know much about stats or anything because I'm a noob. So if I was to come across a monster or like homebrew my own monster, which I have looked into doing as well, that would probably be the most important thing for me, because I feel like monsters have to make sense story-wise as well. So you can't just like have a whole campaign based on I don't know. I can't even think, like futuristic, but then have monsters that you would see and it's not futuristic. I don't know what I'm trying to get at. It has to like fit in.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You couldn't have like all this tech and everyone be so smart, and then all of a sudden a dragon flies through the sky that no one ever expected to be there. You know, it needs to fit in. If it makes sense story wise, then that's fine.
Right.
But I don't really know about the stats or anything. Some monsters I see, they look really overpowered, but again, we've spoke about this before, and it really depends on the party that the monster is made for too. So I feel like if they're high enough level to deal with a high enough level monster, then it's fine.
Got it. We're gonna go ahead and, by the way, at any point, go ahead and just like hop on, interrupt. We have no like pacing, and I can like edit things as I need to. Go ahead.
Something about that, like the sci-fi, and then you have fantasy monsters.
Yeah.
We're running a sci-fi campaign right now. It's actually going to be later tonight.
Cool.
But we've had dungeons that have had beholders and things like that. You can make it work really well. We've had crazy fantasy stuff, but like she said, it has to make sense story-wise. You can still make it make sense, though.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying, was like if it was just thrown in there, sort of willy-nilly,
right,
and it didn't make sense to anything.
That probably sounded really high, like a really high thought.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think we're basically in agreement here. As long as it makes sense to the story, as long as it's justifiable, then it should be fine. Shifting to Wolf. Let's see. Same question for you, and we're gonna go up the list. You know, there are a few times that you were able to experience playing, and so you've decided to instead do some homebrew for the bestiary. Yeah. What are some things that you would look for in both your creation as well as a player? What kind of things, aspects would be looking for an interesting monster?
Well, I wanted to, like, if a player hears about the monster and hears its description, I really want them to be able to visualize it and not just be like, oh, it is, like a goblin, and have a basic idea. I want them to be able to see it when the DM is describing it, so to speak. That's why I also provide lore with all my creatures, because I want to give them, how to say it, like some substance. Like, I don't just want to slap down a stat block and call it a day. I want people to see the origin, see why that creature lives, how it lives, what does it do, why does it do the things it does.
Very good. Yeah, I like that quite a bit. Dragon Craze, same question for you.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, for sure. In general, as a player or even as a home brewer, what sort of things do you look for in monsters? Uh, what sort of things do you look for in monsters, basically, for ideal experience?
Okay. So similar to what Shifting said, I don't look as much for the detail, but like when somebody says, like when the DM says we're fighting this, I look at the other player's reaction.
Mm-hmm.
So like if somebody goes, "Oh shit,"
Yeah.
that kind of thing, that's what I enjoy. Because like I know it's gonna be a good fight.
Yeah. Okay. So it's also about like how infamous, like just like already the monsters that are already provided by the lore of D&D or whatever. When someone just like knows that's going to be a crazy fight, then it can be quite interesting. Also, your story could also fit with just like in general the tension, the story building was built in a way where like you just even without knowing what the creature is, you could also like know that it's going to be an epic fight. Is that about right?
Yeah.
Very nice. And then Archie, what about for you? What kind of things do you look for in monsters?
For me, my number one goal, even even separate from lore, design, even stats, is I want my is the main goal I have in my head is for this monster, if like in a one-on-one fight, for it to be tough but fair.
Tough but fair. Cool.
Yeah, like I I want it to be enthralling to the point where it's one of those things where even years later it'll be that battle that's in your head that you remember from that one campaign, because we all have stories like that,
Mm-hmm.
and I think they are the ones that make the best encounters.
And I think that's a whole conversation in itself. Like there are so many different ways to make that. Oh my god, that was super memorable as like a conflict in general, a combat in general, and so maybe we can talk more about that in the future of this series. Like, comment, subscribe. Anywho, so let's go back to the Morgar. So thank you very much, Shifting, for copy pasting, I believe, the thingamabobber. So
Yeah.
as we look more at this stat block, there are a lot of different. There's a lot that comes with like your homebrew. We got these little purple sections, and just in general, the formatting is really well done. Where did you kind of get the inspiration or the ideas to do it in this format with like huge stories, um, little tidbits, and like someone was putting like a sticky note in their own journal to describe just random details and tidbits about each creature. How did you get the inspiration to make this format?
Well, I was originally making the project as Word documents, but like separate for each creature, a different document.
Mm-hmm.
And I was kind of running out of space on my hard drive, so I didn't want to overload my laptop with a lot of documents. So I
Mm-hmm.
decided to look up online ways to make these documents available and be able to share them with friends or people who were interested.
Mm-hmm.
So then I found GM Binder, and it took me a little bit to get used to how to write in it because it's a little bit of coding, so to speak. Like it's not just sentences. You have to add in little stars, spaces to make everything look pretty.
Mm-hmm.
But then I realized like if you put it in a Word document, it's just page upon page of text. But if you're opening one of those books for D&D, it's text, it's little sticky notes, like you said, it's pictures, it's little side notes that makes it interesting and it catches people's eyes to different parts of the page.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah,
Go ahead.
that's what I tried to copy to make it look official.
For sure. Um, Omni, Archie, Dragon, do y'all have any like general comments or questions about the format of, I guess, the Morgar in particular, but just in general even? And no is a completely fine answer.
When are you publishing it as a book?
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like this should be some certain like huge Kickstarter, or at least like a, how do I say, just like at least like a modest Kickstarter at the very least. Like it's like really good content. Go ahead.
My thing is, what program did you use to make this?
What was it, GM Binder? Is that what you said?
Yes, indeed, GM Binder.
Okay. I,
Yeah, it's,
I didn't know if this was like something you put into the GM binder, or if you use the GM binder to make it.
oh, I use GM Binder completely to make it. Like when you
Okay.
first start GM Binder, it gives you a little how-to page, which isn't a lot to start from,
Mm-hmm.
but it does have a little section in it called snippets, which will give you a ready-to-go item to apply. So let's say that you want to add in a cover page, then you can just click that and it will give you a basic cover page with all the coding already done, and then you just add that to whatever you want and apply your cover to it.
Very nice. Any other questions? Cool. Okay. Awesome. Let's see. Are there any particular things that you want to point out about the Morgar that you thought were interesting, or you thought were, I guess, highlights for this stat block in general, this entire entry?
Well, I found it interesting when I researched the true dragons in D&D that technically there's a lot more age stages than just the wormling up to ancient, because it's all separated in how many years a dragon has lived.
Okay.
So I found it interesting that especially with the ancients, they lopped ancient worm and great worm all together, even though there is a known great worm, I believe, prismatic dragon in the history of D&D.
Okay.
So yeah, I found it interesting that all the other dragons are just ancient and that's it. So I wanted this project that I made to also have the worm and great worm to show how old it can get. Because a great worm is 1,200 years and older compared to when D&D 5e lopped all of them together in just ancient, and ancient dragon starts from 800 years old, I believe. So there's 400-500 years in between a great worm and an ancient. So for me, that should have a different stat block, because the older true dragons get, the stronger.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it didn't make sense to just say ancient and that's it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if literally there is that knowledge that is a thing, and they just like lopped it off, then I don't know. It seems like a shame. There's like a lot of extra content that could be added to each and every single dragon. Dragon Craze, you were aware of this as well?
Yeah. There's a dragon that I really like reading about called Dalgarthoth.
Mm-hmm.
And he was an ancient worm, or great worm, because there's a step above. Hold on, let me look at, because I can't think of the exact terminology right now.
Yeah, you got time.
Yeah, so this was in 3.5e. The last time he was written about.
Mm-hmm.
And there were 12 different stages of Dragon Age in 3.5e, and then there's the detailed, and then there's the simplified, which is the simplified as the wormling, young adult, ancient.
Mm-hmm.
The detailed is, like she was saying, the wormling, very young, juvenile, young adult, mature adult, old,
Really?
very old,
Jeez.
ancient or venerable. Then there's the worm, and then great worm.
Wow.
So it goes from.
Go ahead.
Sorry, no. Go ahead.
No, I wasn't gonna say anything.
Okay, but that goes from year 0 to year 1,201 of a dragon's life. So after year 1,200, they become a great worm.
Got it. Okay. That's insane. Man, so there's even more to this than what Shifting even wrote, which is insane to me. That's like so much. Was it juveniles and delinquents and whatever?
There are 12 different distinctions, yeah.
Yeah, real crazy. It's pretty cool. Okay.
Yeah, for me, it just didn't make sense that in the D&D lore, they always say like, oh, true dragons are different from other draconic creatures because they become more powerful as they age, but then they lob together the ancient worm and great worm all together under one dragon as ancient.
I completely understand. But I think what they're saying with that is it's up to DM's discretion about how powerful they're going to make the dragon. Like, say it's a homebrew character, like a homebrew dragon that you're making. You decide his age, and then base it off of, oh, so he's an ancient dragon, but he's been alive for 1,200 years. So do an additional half of the ancient. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. I just found it interesting that when I tried to look for stat blocks of worms and great worms, I didn't really find any, so I had to create it myself, which is why I was a little bit frustrated that D&D on one end promotes true dragons as, getting stronger as they age, but then they also don't provide the stat blocks for those dragons.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. I get you. I'm just.
Did you just say that these ancient stat blocks for ancient dragons are not available in like the Wizards of the Coast general modules and stuff? Be serious?
Oh, ancient dragons are available. It's just the worms and great worms are just considered to be ancient, and then like Dragon Prey said, the DM can decide, depending on how big the party is and how strong they are, or how many magical gear they have.
Got it.
Then the DM can say like, okay, it's ancient, but it's actually a worm or even a great worm.
Yeah, and if you hear somebody say great worm, turn around.
Yeah.
Is a great worm even worse than like a what is the stereotypical?
Great worm is the strongest of the dragon types because it's the oldest.
There's that stereotypical you want your campaign to end monster. What is it, Tarrasque?
Yeah,
Tarrasque.
And then
how do I put it this way? The Tarrasque is not the way to end the campaign. The Tarrasque is the way to say fuck you to your party. That's how I've always thought about it, because it's like you can't hurt it basically.
Yeah, I've seen some of the stat blocks. I've seen the stat block in
Only
Pathfinder.
thing it's weak to is acid.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you basically have to put it into like a pit of acid that submerges it entirely or something, like.
Or plane shift. That's about it.
Into an like not even killing it, just
the
like
only two ways
of dealing with it.
Yeah.
And you don't really kill it. It just goes back to sleep.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes to sleep. It has its regenerative properties are amazing.
Yep.
It's pretty bullshit. Wait, I mean, like, if it's in literally a pit of acid.
Yes, it will find a way.
I don't understand. Okay, cool.
As long as there is a cell left, it will regenerate.
Oh, that's some Cell Dragon Ball Z shit. All right, got you. That's cool. That's awesome, man. D&D's badass. Okay, cool. Let's see. Very nice. Shifting. Here's a question for you. We have all these different levels of the Morgar. How did you deal with measuring the balance or the increase in power from all the levels going up?
Well, I verified with all the other dragons that are available, and I
Okay.
already noticed that, like, you can't take one stat block and say, like, oh, I'll use this for the red dragon or for the blue dragon, because they all have different armor classes, different hit points.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only thing that they all share is their speed, but even that can change because some dragons can burrow while others cannot. So I tried to balance it a bit, like compare stat blocks and compare it to what I wanted the sea dragon to be, because I didn't want it to be very squishy, but also not as powerful as the red dragon, I believe.
Okay.
Okay. So,
So,
go ahead.
yeah, I checked it with chromatic dragons and with um, metallic dragons, I believe, the
Sure.
bronze and
Yeah.
the good guys, basically. And then I like try to see what would be a reasonable stat for these creatures.
Got it. Okay. So
Um,
essentially, you look at comparables that are already created in whatever resource, and then you base your decisions on that. Is that about right?
Yeah, if I can, if especially with dragons, because I know D&D is Dungeons and Dragons, it is known for the dragons.
For sure.
So to then like pull the stats out of my hat, out of nowhere, a lot of people that play the game will then be like, "Oh, why did you give it like strength 26 while it is a wormling?"
Yeah. Like for some reason, there's like a standardized number that people might already know, and that's because the content's already been balanced and made. Apparently.
well,
Yeah.
Okay. John Grace, you were gonna say
balanced
something?
in big quotations.
Yeah, yeah, balance for sure. What were you gonna say?
Oh, that's just all I'm gonna say is balanced in big
Oh,
quotations.
cool, 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 cool. Okay.
Yeah.
So I want to ask a question for Dragon Craze, Archie, and Omni. So let's put y'all
Okay.
into the shoes of a homebrewing. We have varying different levels of experience in this circle right now. Based on maybe looking at this conversation, or just from your own experience in of D&D in your own lives in general, how would you approach making a homebrew monster in particular? Like, what are the steps that you might
So
logically take? Dragon Craze, you can go ahead.
for the Morgar, like if I was doing my own version of the Morgar, what I would do is I would take the stats of the dragon turtle and the stats of whatever chromatic metallic dragon that I was interested in at the time
Mm-hmm.
that I thought would fit with the theme that I like, the fit with the story,
Okay.
and I would see which ones made sense and take those and then take the abilities and actions that they have, and
Cool.
then go from there. And I might even go not even because before fifth edition there were dragons called prismatic dragons, so they were gem-like, and I might use some of their stats instead of just the traditional 5e chromatic metallic.
Okay. So, grabbing from a lot of different resources, not even just like a single comparable, but several, and
Yes.
aggregating all of them together. Is that the right word? Cool. Archie? Testing 1, 2, 3. Archie?
Either-
Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
How I go about it is, first off, I keep the mindset of stick to what you know.
Mm-hmm.
If I if I was to make a new monster off the top of my head, I'd go from something of a mythology that I'm well versed in, or a folk legend from Wales, like the Mary Lloyd. Then I would pick, okay, in its lore and mythology, it's good at this, shite at this, make this amazing, make this rubbish, and base an account around that. Or if it has a unique gimmick, throw that in, because that might be fun as hell.
Sure. Okay. So
Like,
yours. Go ahead.
like, oh, you come.
No, I wasn't gonna say anything. I was just gonna comment on what you were saying.
Anyway, for like how I said, throw in a unique gimmick based around like the lore of the monster. The monster, the mythos I just mentioned then of the Mary Lloyd,
Mm-hmm.
it's a very Christmassy thing of Wales, because at Wales someone dresses up as the Mary Lloyd, which is the embodiment of famine in Wales,
Okay.
and goes door to door singing of reasons why it should be let into the house. And if it gets into your house, it's meant to embrace famine and in other words steal all your shit. So residents sing back reasons or insults of why it should not be let in. So I'd like not really a combat encounter, but like just a fun like off the road encounter of it. That I feel like that would be a very interesting thing for my party to do.
So just I'm not sure if I exactly understood everything. So basically, you were referencing something that was culturally relevant to Wales, and so sometimes you just go with what you know, and some random thing that you experienced, some random tradition, culture, you can just take some ideas from there and repurpose it for D&D.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay. Go with. And then Omni, how would you approach just making a random monster or encounter if you were like forced to, gun to your head,
gun to my head,
make a monster encounter? Oh.
I've kind of looked into it because I do want to DM eventually.
Sure.
It is something that I am interested in doing, but I feel like I would kind of do both what Dragon Craze said and what Archie said.
Sure.
So I would stick to what I know, and I'm really well versed in Scottish folklore and demonology and things like that. And I would use that, but also combine it with things that already exist in D&D.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know that there's so many people out there who have also done homebrewing as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I would probably use that information as much as I could. I've done it before doing it with my character.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say what I did because Archie is here and Archie plays D&D with me and I don't want to ruin it. But I homebrewed my character a little bit with the help of other people, and I think that would be something that I would probably do too, is I would maybe ask around people that already kind of know what they're talking about too. Like we have this huge community, and I feel like if you have quite a big D&D community or even just a small one, there's always got to be someone that you could probably reach out and run ideas by, to create something out of it. So
Very nice.
I would probably do a mix of everything.
Very
just
cool.
to be sure.
Love
I
it.
don't want to. I feel like looking at the people that you're making the monster for as well, that would probably be important too. Because you want interesting encounters, but you also don't want it to be too difficult as well.
Sure.
Like I don't want to kill the party.
Some people do.
I mean, some people do, but like, I'm not those type of people. I would want to keep everyone alive and give them a happy ending as best as I could. So, yeah, I feel like use the community and use the resources that are already out there on the internet. So,
got it. Yeah, these are all really good thoughts. And I think again, what's really cool about D&D is that there are so many different approaches. With no matter what level of experience you're at, you can make something that is extremely, what's the word I'm looking at? Impactful, engaging, as an encounter, as a monster, or whatever, based on just going with what you know, or asking people within the community, looking at what's already created and creating an experience that's pretty fantastic in whatever way that you choose. Can't go wrong. Okay, so let's go ahead and transition to the second homebrew from Shifting to Wolf. Yang, can you pronounce that?
I don't even know how to pronounce it properly.
Very beautiful. Is that really what it is, Dragon?
I have no idea.
Cool. Yeah, that was a fun guess. Wait, actually, Archie, I mean, you pronounce your country, place, city. What's this? Try your hand at this real quick.
You know Welsh is different from Gaelic, right?
I don't know.
I mean, it's a form of Gaelic.
Is
And
it?
actually,
I mean,
There's just Gaelic is a word that you use to describe the Irish language, the Scottish language, and the Welsh language. If you just want to kind of umbrella term it, but they're all Gaelic. They're just different forms of Gaelic, basically.
Interesting. Okay.
yeah, I mean, true.
So let's go
Alright,
ahead.
so
go ahead.
where is it? Where is it?
Where's what?
Is it?
Oh.
Is this the God, what's it called? Like it's similar to the Will-o'-the-Wisp, right? I think I've seen
It
this
is
name
similar
before.
in a way.
Yeah, I think I've seen this before.
Sure. If you actually, so now we're on the topic. I have no freaking clue. I have no context on this.
It's a
Shifting to-
demon, I think. So, of course, I would know about it.
Oh, of course, for sure. Oh, that's very peculiar. That's coincidental. Shifting Wolf, can you kind of give us a rundown of like basically the story of like what this thing is?
It's a Breton myth. It's basically a devil with candles for fingers. How odd that may sound.
Okay.
And according to the Breton myth, it likes to. Well, it's basically a little magpie that will be a bad omen to people if they don't leave its gold or a gold chain on a traveler's post.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of went with that idea to make it more of a little fiend that is working for the devils within the Nine Hells. And I found it interesting with those candles that it offers those candles to people, but that there is, a little trick behind it, that if you accept those candles, you actually accept a deal with the devil that owns that fiend.
That's so badass. Okay.
So, yeah, in case of the famous murder hobo parties who like kill everything that they encounter and then they're like, okay, I loot the body. Well, if they loot the creature and steal all of its candles, they forfeit their soul.
Man.
Bro, the
So it's a little
French
bit-
man.
It's
The
a
French
bit of, like a punishment or for the DM to rein in those characters. Like, okay, you've killed 8 NPCs in the last 3 hours of the campaign. Let's encounter this guy and see what you do.
Jeez.
God.
Well, this particular entry is super lit.
Oh
Shut
my
up.
God, Kevin. Oh my freaking God.
Okay, cool. But it's definitely some good stuff. So let's go ahead and break down this one a little bit. Similarly, boo. I'm sorry, guys. So we kind of already talked about your general approach, and so we don't have to do that again. But specifically for the young what are some of the key aspects of creation of the homebrewing of this that you want to point out?
Well, all I had to go off to was that it was a devil that wanders at night, and it has candles for fingers, basically, and they spin their fingers around to like light their way,
Okay.
and their magpies. That's all I had to go on. So I decided to expand it a little bit and be like, okay, it's a fiend. All fiends are evil.
Okay.
So why would it have fingers, candle fingers? Why would it do the things it does? And it's to draw attention to, you know, lure people into dealing with the devil, quite literally. So I tried to make a story around it that made sense, but that still had rules that devils are obliged to. Like, devils can't lie, so they can trick, but they can't lie and say like, oh, nothing will happen if you take this candle. So I had to be like, make it a playful creature, or made it known like, hey, this guy steals treasure and is a magpie, so some travelers might be interested to kill it so they can steal their inventory and then accidentally seal the pact with the devil and pay the price. But yeah, I had a little bit of fun making this, and I didn't want it to be a mini boss, but I also didn't want it to, be something that you just squish instantly.
Got it, for sure. See, again, I just want to say this again. I super, super love your homebrews. We have a lot of, like, so on Thursdays, we've had some people, like, just posting random homebrews of their items, of encounters, characters, spells, whatever, things like that. And like, all of them have been, like, super good. It's been really good in general. But I think in particular, every single one of your monster homebrews and also like other things that you've done always have like some certain story attached to them, and so you can literally make a one shot out of each and every single one of them. Maybe even like a 3-shot or something. Like it's quite amazing. Probably actually a whole like short campaign, TBH. So really like that in general.
Yeah, I just want, like, when I started making these creatures, I also want to help DMs, like, if they want to use the creature, that they don't have to make everything from scratch, that I can provide them a base and they can build on from that. Like, they can say, like, I don't want to use that, I just want to use the stat block or the idea. That's fine by me. If they want to expand on the idea or just use it as it is, that's also great. But I just wanted people to like give a new option. Like, if they are doing a Celtic campaign, like, okay, here are creatures for your campaign. Use them however you see fit.
Super cool. Does anyone have any questions in general for shifting, or just in general this particular topic of homebrewing monsters? Archie,
Well,
Omni, go ahead.
One thing I did notice, because I looked this up before we started talking about it.
Cool.
So, was Britain? Sorry, let me look. I guess this is a question for Google more so than because
Britain is France. This is Britain's
Okay.
France, I think.
Yeah,
This
Brittany.
demon's France, yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was just making
Yeah.
sure that's where I was thinking correctly.
Yeah. So it's
Okay.
it's a French demon. The French have some weird. The French and the Germans, man, they
Well, the
have some
French and the
weird
German are weird
demons.
anyway, so I mean,
Cool.
Guys, you're gonna push away my French and German viewers.
everybody's weird in their own way.
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut about
The
the
French-
French.
Yeah, best to
Come
do that.
on,
Archie.
guys! You never know who's watching.
I guess like what made you? I don't know where you're from, shifting. What
I'm
made
from-
you specifically pick like Celtic?
Good question.
Well, I'm from Belgium, so I'm not really related to these myths in any shape or form, but I've always had an interest in mythology, like Greek, Celtic, Norse. Anything mythology-wise is really interesting to me. And then I saw with D&D while I was listening to Critical Role and such, I found that there were a few Celtic creatures already being used, but not all of them. So then my next step in line was like, okay, how many creatures are there? And I discovered that there were a lot more creatures than what D&D was showing. So I was like, okay, why not add them all in? So I started little by little and then just decided like just one big project, all the Celtic creatures, and let's see where it goes. Because to be fair, I thought this was going to be like a little 30 to 50 page project and not the 300 plus that it's going to be.
I'm also super interested in like mythology, so I can see like where it's coming from. So when's it gonna be an actual book? When is it gonna be released that we can all just sit and read it? Because I would just sit and read it.
So, well, I work on it daily, but of course, like with my health issues, there are times where I can't really work on it as long as I want to, or there are days where I just don't have any inspiration, but there are also other days where I just 10 pages fly out in one day. I'm like, okay, that's good.
Nice.
Yeah, like, hey, inspiration.
Very good.
But I'm trying to, at least for the very big monsters who are above CR10, to at least have 2 pages of information, like stat block and lore-wise.
Mm-hmm.
And for the weaker CR1 to 5 creatures, just 1 page. So that's already going to lead to 300 pages without additional information or pictures that I want to interject to, make the book look pretty.
Very
So
nice.
I think guesstimating at least 4 months, if not 5.
Yeah, sounds about right.
So
That's super cool.
Yeah. I thought, like, especially with the black dogs that you mentioned earlier.
Mm-hmm.
At first I thought that, like, oh, that's just one creature. And then when I clicked open the information for black dog, I found out that it has a ton of different kinds. Like, technically there's even more than I showcased, but those are like, let's say black dog of London, black dog of Britain, black dog of locations, but they're all the same. So I kind of skipped those that weren't really special black dogs, that were more sightings, and focused on the black dogs that were different, that acted differently, and showed those. And even then I still had 5 or 6 species, I believe.
Dang.
But that's the entire concept about the book, was that I thought it was going to be a few creatures and just, a fun little side project. And then I discovered that it was way more than I anticipated.
Super great.
Yeah, because black dog, the black dog thing, I've heard of that in Scotland, but like it's a symbol of like the devil himself kind of thing. And then I know that there's other versions of it too, and like that's where that Harry Potter, Sirius Black turns into a black dog called Padfoot, and that's also from like mythology too. So there's always links to black dogs in mythology. So it scared me a little. I was like, oh no, black dogs, it's scary. They scare me.
For sure.
Yeah, Which is why I also found it interesting reading up those myths. Like, when you hear black dog, most people think like, oh no, black dogs are bad or they're scary. But then there were several myths where black dogs were considered to be nannies, where, they lived in a local village, like let's say Wales, and all the families within Wales would let their kids go out and play with the local black dog because it would keep them safe. But you don't really hear anything about that because it's not as glamorous as the bar guest or, the black chuck.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to add both fiends, undead, and fae within the group to show that it's not just one big black dog, it's several of them, and you don't really know which one it is unless you know the key details to, look for.
Very interesting. That's really cool that, man, there's so much information out there that you were able to just like make all those different sub-breeds of black dog. And I'm looking forward to maybe even doing that one shot that I was mentioning previously. Teehee. More to come for the rest of the stream. So I want to also allocate enough time for Archie's spell homebrew ideas and approach in general as well. So is that cool if we just switch over to spells?
Yeah, that's fine for me.
Cool. Thank you so much, by the way, for letting us. What was that?
Oh, sorry. I said thank you for having me in the first place.
Yeah, no problem at all. I mean, by the way, we're not done. Yeah, I'm not done with you yet. But if you need to head out, then that's totally fine. But yeah, we're going to just go ahead and just start talking about the homebrewing of spells and then all of our perspectives on that in general. Just to give a bit of a rundown, we basically answered from all of this conversation. There's a lot of context that we'll probably be missing from these generalizations, but if anyone's trying to homebrew, it seems as though many people think that, or we think that, what is included in a good homebrew for a monster are tough but fair, makes you go, oh my god, oh sure, like that. It's so intense, that whether it is how infamous a creature is or just the setup, and that's a whole conversation in itself, how to create that tension. Includes lore and background, but also all of the information about it makes sense, and it makes sense to the setting in general. And so how do we make these homebrews in this way to become good? We can reference other comparables. So if we're trying to make some certain, like the worms that we were looking at in Shifting's resources, then we can just look at other dragons which resources are already available all over online. We can also reference many comparables, so you don't have to just look at one thing and take some ideas, but you can take from many different places and combine them all into a super idea. Go with what you know. So if you have a background with certain cultures, experiences, maybe you watch a TV show, read a book, you can use any of those stories or any of those ideas, put them into your homebrews. Ask people, definitely. Join the Discord if you want to join a community of people in which you can ask, and build for the players. So, maybe not only can you look into your own experiences, but also the experiences of your players, and knowing that they have experienced certain things will be much more impactful to them. And so by doing this, you can make an extremely personalized experience for all of the players, which I'm super into. I'm super down for. So that is a basic approach for homebrewing monsters. But let's go ahead and get into homebrewing spells. So Archie, if you wanted to go ahead and talk about your general approach to homebrewing spells, that would be super terrific. Yeah, you can go ahead or now.
All right. How I generally start is, when I'm in, the mindset of, okay, I want to homebrew something, let's think of something.
Mm-hmm.
I'd either think of the general effect I want it to be, like maybe it'll be a grasping effect or a blinding effect, or maybe I'll come up with a name first and build my spell around that. Maybe I'll want a spell that very situational,
Sure.
and I'll build up something around that. And how I go about this is I kind of have like a mental flow chart in my head.
Okay.
Start off with name / effect.
Okay.
Figure out what school of magic it is, because that dictates a lot of what it will do.
Sure.
Me. Then give brief description of what it does, what's the effects, if it has effects, saving throws, hit rate, and all that.
Okay.
Throw in 1d8 because I find that's the most fair dice to test new spells on. Okay. And then add the evolutionary build up. So, any spell slot above this level gives you this benefit, and so on.
Got it.
That's generally the rundown I take to making my spells, and I find it works very well for me. But the main advice I can give is how you, especially with like spells, in my opinion, it's very like how an artist has their own drawing style. Go out a way you make a spell in your whatever you find comfortable.
Very cool. Okay, can you so let's talk about maybe a recent creation, a recent homebrew spell that you've thought of recently, and let's just go through like this format that you've described to us.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can take your time with this. How's chat doing? Everyone doing good over here? Welcome to the stream. Definitely join in on the Twitch, the Facebooks, the YouTubes. We are everywhere trying to make it. Yeah.
Let me think.
Cool. Yeah. Just take your time.
It wasn't the most recent, but I remember giving it you. It was Tina's Shattering Screech.
Okay.
If you remember that.
Shattering Screech. I do not, but just go ahead and remind me, bruh.
It was an abjuration spell that had an abnormal range to it, because normally spells are like 30 feet, 60 feet, 120 feet.
Okay.
This spell was 40 feet long in a line.
Oh, I think I remember this. Go ahead. Keep going.
And how it worked is anyone hit in that line, so either if it was the person in front of you or two people behind that person, anyone in that line has to make a strength saving throw of, I believe it was like 16 or something, or get pushed back the full length of the spell. And they are deafened until your next turn.
Got it. Okay. So let's go ahead and walk through that. So think of the general effect or the name of the spell. What did you start off with for this particular spell?
I actually started off with the name because reading through like the player's handbook, Xanathar's guide, you always see like wizard name and the brief description of what the spell's like. Okay. Like Thingy's Hideous Laughter or Lehman's Tiny Hut. Those I find those spells very interesting because oftentimes they very much specialize in one type of magic. Sure. Or one type of general idea.
Yeah. Okay.
So I thought, hey, how about I make a spell based around sound? So I came up with the idea of Tina Shattering Screech.
Tina's Shattering Screech. That's really cool, by the way, that you... So I've also, I felt like this as well. Whenever I see, like, the freaking like build your own mansion thing, Mordecai's mansion. I don't know. And then like all the other different things with like the name in front of it. It always like piques my interest because I think actually I've seen some of them and they're exactly the same as the original, but some of them are, I believe, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, are a little different, are a little subtly different. And so I always, and whether or not it is different, it's still very interesting to me that it has a name attached to it. It just adds more of like a flavor. And so starting off with that sort of naming convention, I think is quite interesting. Tina's Shattering, was it Screech? Screech. Okay. So that's the effect. That's a name. We're trying to go with sound. The School of Magic was Abjuration, as you mentioned.
Yes.
Then we go with the effects. So when you were thinking of Tina's Shattering Screech, what kind of effect were you thinking of?
Well, this is what I was talking about when I said how I keep like a mental note or a notebook of how I describe the different schools of magic, because in my head they have a major influence on how the spell works. Because if I said it was just an evocation spell, easy, bump up the damage, make them deaf for about a minute, done.
Yeah, okay.
But I thought it would be more interesting if it was an abjuration spell, what I describe as crowd control and self-defense. So I thought, okay, less damage, keep the deafen effect, but only until you enter your next turn, but pushes any nearby associates away from you, keeping what a wizard would want to be range.
Got it. Okay, that's really cool. I like that idea a ton. Actually, that's really badass. Okay, and that goes along with the effect as well. Then we are talking about D8s, and I kind of want some a bit of elaboration on that. So you were mentioning that through your experience, D8s tend to be quite in like this happy medium, this happy balance, and why is that?
Because D8s genuinely, in my personal experience, at the most fair, they are not like give crazy high damage, but they're not like a D4 or D6 levels of low damage. And that's good for like, evocation spells where it's all about main damage, or maybe if it's a cold spell, slightly less damage, but as like a movement penalty. So every spell I start on, no matter what school it is, necromancy, avocation, evocation, they always start with a D8, and I change up after playtesting, because I take these into a very casual homebrew Discord server where one shots are frequent, and if you say to like a DM running the one shot, hey, I'm making a new spell, do you mind if I test it out, get your thoughts at the end of the session? Most of the time they'll just go, yeah, sure.
Okay.
So it allows me to edit it. So if I go, okay, the D8 did a bit too much damage than what I'd like, let's bump it down to a D6.
Okay.
Or maybe the D6 by itself was good, but it wasn't quite where I wanted it, so let's make it 2D6.
Got it. Okay.
And and it allows me to alter it from there, because it's around that middle section of not too much but not too little.
Very cool. So basically you've been able to test as you've been going into different streams and asking various content creators, streamers, if they can just try out the spell in their sessions and see what they think. And so you've been able to see that D8 is kind of like this happy number that seems to be very balanced for the most part. Is that about right? Okay, cool. And then then we get into casting at higher levels, which I think actually the D8 plays a heavy role into. So for Tina's Shattering Screech, it is a spell that in a 40-foot line deafens and pushes them for the full extent of the line, and it does how much damage?
It does 1d6, and it deafens them until the end of your next turn.
Okay, and then you picked a d6 for this one in particular because you found that it was just perhaps too much utility and you needed to lower the damage?
Yeah, I wanted it to have a little bit of damage because you are pushing them and you are basically bursting the eardrums at the same time because it is a very loud yell basically.
Okay.
But I didn't want it to be like an overall just Hail Mary amount of damage.
Got it. And so with that being said, we got a D6 and like all of the different effects. How would you increase that incrementally over the period of time? Over levels cast into it. Like
this
being cast at a higher level.
This was a level 2 spell.
Okay.
So how I went about it is I didn't want it to overall just increase the. I didn't just want to increase the overall damage, even though that is what I ended up doing. Partly, what I did is for every for a 4th level spell slot, I increased the range by 15 feet and added a D6. So that way it keeps up with higher level spells.
Can you say that one more time?
Because, for like, since it's a level 2 spell slot, I said for a level 4 spell slot or a level 6 spell slot, respectively, it adds an extra 15 feet range. So it pushes them back an extra 15 feet.
Got it. And then 30 for the.
And it does for a 6th level spell.
Yeah, got it. Okay, go ahead. Continue.
And adds an extra D6.
So D6 per two levels.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, what happens if it's multiplied? Do they all end up in a line after, or before the end of the spell? Okay, go ahead.
But what I forgot to mention is, I found this very fun, especially for like a roleplay aspect. If the user itself is not firmly on the ground, like both feet on the ground, or if they got launched into the sky, they actually get launched back too. So I actually had a fun encounter where someone was falling like a 30-foot drop, so they would have took like 3d6 fall damage. But they slowed it down by using the spell to launch themselves up slightly before the impact.
Got it. Okay. So, in general, let's see. One moment, thinking. In general, this is like another aspect completely, like even past text. Your general approach is that spells can be used in like very creative ways, even outside of the direct interpretation of the text. That's really cool. Yeah, I generally like that approach as well. Okay, so I think I get a feeling for your approach. Basically, you start off with the effect or the general concept of what you're thinking of, and maybe you can find inspiration from the effect itself or a naming convention even, and then further, as you think of an effect, like let's say we think of like a fireball spell or something, level 3, right? Level 3, and that's supposed to be evocation, but we can literally, and I don't know if you meant to actually mention this, but we can literally just make a fireball spell, put it as a brainstorm activity, put it into a different spell school, like let's say necromancy or something, or abjuration even, and all of a sudden our creativity can go into like different directions. This fireball that was supposed to deal like all of this oodles of damage could, as a necromancy spell, as it hits like that same range, takes necrotic damage and does some certain effect. For a divination spell, you can cast this fireball and everyone in the range gets like mind read or something, or something. I'm just spitballing here, but like there's a lot of cool activity, a lot of cool ideas that can come from this mental exercise of just switching the text or a spell that's already known or an idea and just playing around with putting it into a different school. That's pretty awesome. Then we get into the effects. Generally, D8s are quite good, and then scaling up spells doesn't just have to be adding another die. It doesn't have to be every single level. There are many ways of doing it, of affecting it. A fireball, the heals, yeah, for sure. By the way, there was a question in the chat. Lewis actually mentions, what happens if it hits multiple targets? So you got this jet stream of Tina's Shattering Screech. Does everyone just get pushed back, and then whoever's at the last spot just like gets pushed? Like, just...
This actually happened in one of my playtests.
Sure.
There was about 2 or 3-ish enemies, and the sorcerer who used Tina's Shattering Screech lined himself up to get 2 of them. He knocked the first one into the second one and pushed him over the edge. So, but even if that wouldn't have, well, obviously pushed him over the edge and killed the enemy, I would have said that would have took an additional, maybe an additional D6 for knockback, like collision damage.
Cool.
If it's with like another enemy.
Cool. There's a lot of things that could happen, and I suppose like someone could on the fly just decide take some extra damage of knocking into each other. Everyone gets pushed back out of the range. Everyone gets pushed within the range, whatever makes sense, whatever the call is. But the flavors, I think, the priority, the general like feeling of it. Yeah, cool. So sorry, I meant to make that section a little more condensed. So Omni, Dragon Cray Shifting, thank you very much for sitting there in silence. So in general, guys, so for everyone else, are there any questions that y'all have about this process of creation? Maybe do y'all approach spell creation, or would you approach spell creation in a different way? I think Shifting and Dragon Craze, did y'all need to go do something? So Omni, go ahead and go first.
Well, I don't really know how creation of spells would work.
No problem.
And in any way, I guess this makes sense to do it this way.
Sure.
But I guess I'm just a dummy. I didn't even know that I knew you could homebrew items and homebrew races and things like that. I didn't even think about spells being something that you could homebrew.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool. I think I super appreciate your newer perspective. And so with that being said, now that you know that spells can be created at all, what are your general thoughts on it?
I imagine it makes the DM's life very difficult if you're doing it from a character creation perspective. But for monsters, it makes sense, because if you're homebrewing like enemies and things like that, then it makes sense for their spells not to just be the same as everyone else's, because their stories aren't the same as everyone else's either. So it makes sense.
That is a cool point. That's awesome.
Yeah, like it makes sense now that I'm thinking about it. Like, of course, you would be able to homebrew everything in D&D, because everything is kind of your own sort of way of doing things. So it makes sense. But I can imagine doing it from a character perspective. A player's perspective, I guess. The DM would be like, oh god, please like talk me through why you have this spell and how, like, what's important to it being in your character, because I think that like everything should have a purpose. I guess you can't just throw things in for no reason. So
that is super cool. Let's see. I actually formulated a spellcrafting system for my wizard because he crafts spells all the time. Yeah, you need to be a party established group for sure. Yeah, I think definitely if anyone's homebrewing spells, it would have to go through the DM to be sure, because then you can't just like create a spell that's like something the DM just did not expect at all. The DM basically should not have any surprises in terms of like that sort of situation. So yeah, very cool. By the way, Omni, I know you're streaming in like 2 minutes. Do you need to go get ready for that?
No, I'm using my VTuber today because I'm lazy. So.
Sick. Okay.
And I put on my thing that I could possibly be running late, so it doesn't matter. I
appreciate you, but I mean, we're basically on schedule. We can basically end in 2 minutes. I think we've closed out the discussion quite well. So basically, guys, by the way, Shifting I think had to go She mentioned that there might be a situation where she might have to just leave out randomly. So thank you very much, Shifting. If you can hear us, you are awesome. Thank you very much for letting us see your content. Dragon Craze, Archie, Omni, thank y'all very much for y'all's perspectives, for talking about homebrewing monsters and spells. Do y'all have any like final thoughts on the matters?
I guess it's made me kind of less anxious about homebrewing to see like how people do it and kind of like that's the way I would have done it sort of thing. Because I always thought, oh, I don't want to homebrew in case like people are like, hey, you're doing D&D wrong. That's not how you do that. So it's nice to see that it's something that I could possibly try out in the future.
For sure. Yeah, we should get you to homebrew us something and we'll review it on the stream.
Oh, that's that's pressure, Kevin.
No problem, future DM. You're gonna be the next Matt Mercer, the next Critical Role.
I wish I was as attractive as that man. Let's be honest.
Don't we all?
Don't we all?
Yeah.
Hey, Dragon Craze, what's up? Welcome back. So, with all that being said, thank y'all very much for coming to this segment. Next segment, we're going to be talking about a slew of different other topics, but we're going to have a different cast. Dragon Craze is going to stay on, I think. Is that okay with you?
Huh?
Is that okay with you? Can you stay on for the next section?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. But Archie and Omni, this is where we're going to part ways. Thank you very much for all of your insight. And if y'all are looking for more content and information and sexy people like this, definitely check out all of the other YouTubes and Facebooks for that kind of cool content. Cool. Thank y'all very much.
Bye.
Bye.
No
Thanks, guys.
problem.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys. So we're gonna go ahead and take maybe a short recess. For everyone else that's coming into this section of the stream, go ahead and just come into you can come into DnDiscussions. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick because I've been chugging water throughout this session. Let's see. Let me go ahead and turn on some music. Very nice. And I'm gonna change some overlay stuff while we're gone. Be there in a couple. Yeah, for sure. Take y'all's times, guys. We'll be coming in real soon. What are we doing first? Oh. Okay, stick around, guys. It's literally not going to be a few minutes at all. Okay, BRB. Enjoy the music, guys. It's 8-directional music. Hopefully y'all enjoy this new playlist I found. Okay, come back. Welcome back. Hey yo. Oh, got a sneeze coming on. Oh god. Sorry if that hurt your ears, guys. Okay, come back. Okay. Reading stuff. Okay, looking at everything. Very cool. Just looking to the Discord just to make sure everything's in place. Okay, so we are looking forward to the presence of Dragon Craze, Lewis, Larpstrong Carter, Bash, and that is it. So if anyone, I'll hop back in once the phone call ends. Yeah, no problem shifting. Actually, so shifting, I'm fine if you want to come back in for the next segment as well. I'd be down for that. Let me read chat. I have not been able to read chat very much throughout the stream, so sorry guys. Oh, what's up? We can test some audio. I think I need to lower yours. You got some background sound. Okay. Let's go ahead and... Very cool. All right. How was that segment, yo? What's up, Lewis?
Hi.
Hey. Okay, and your audios are like super sick. Okay, Zari got to finish school last day. Sweet. Zari, thank you very much for your presence and your interaction.
Sorry, yeah, I wasn't there for like audio check previously. Is it okay?
Yeah. You're fine. No.
Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't required. We have time like before we start talking. So we're waiting on
Right.
Bash.
Mm-hmm.
And Shifting King just walk in whenever, so that's fine. 1, 2, 3,
Right.
4. Yeah, good stuff. You sound exactly like Paul.
Wait, what?
Your voice is literally the same as Paul's.
What?
Like I'm like, it's kind of uncanny for me. I hope I'm not
Oh.
being racial with that, or
No.
I'm not stereotyping.
No. Well. Well. Okay. Thing is, we're both white people, but that's like the extent of it.
Okay, cool.
Like he's of Eastern European origin, and I'm Nordic. So. Yeah.
Larpstrong, how you doing?
Good. I had to fix why it was coming through my speakers rather than my headset,
Oh wow.
Ah.
but I fixed it.
Very cool. It's nothing like you, nerd. Sorry about that, Paul. Okay, so how did everyone like the first segment thus far? Was it all right? And we can talk about more specifics maybe off stream or something, or after stream. But in general, good, bads.
I found it interesting to sort of hear people's methodology.
For sure.
This is something that might come up later, but it still got me thinking about something Paul said, and I told him I was quoting this thing, that 5e is kind of like playing with the big Legos.
We'll talk about that. You're gonna step
Yeah.
on some toes for sure, dude.
Oh, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, though, always.
I think the way Paul says that analogy is meant to be insulting, but the way you're
And
saying
it
it
is.
is
It's
just
kind
like
of patronizing.
yeah.
But
But the way you're saying it is just like what it is. It's like an analogy to understand.
yeah,
It's
because
just
it is. What is it? It's easier to get into, but it lacks a lot of the very small modular elements that a lot of older versions and other RPGs have that in that regard.
Yeah, but that's kind of the point, right? If you think about it, like
To an extent, yes.
they streamlined it, they simplified it, literally for the reason of making money by getting more people to play it.
Yes,
Then,
of course, it's easier to get into because before they just had like the system that
Mhm.
had a very slow trickle in of new players,
Yep.
and yeah, they had kind of a drop off.
yeah, I mean, look at 3.5.
Mhm.
You really had to have for a new player, you either had to have a DM who was willing to sit there with you for however long it took to create a character, to
Yeah.
create a character for you, or you had to use, what is that daggone, there's a software, I'm brain farting on the name, that you pay for the modules. It's kind of like a software version of D&D Beyond for 3.5.
Right. Yeah. I also had the was it Orange Box or Red Box or
Redbox, I
something?
think.
Yeah, Red Box, which was like the introductory system, which had like a simplified player's guide and some like step-by-step process for that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and honestly, even 5e base with the book, if you have a player's handbook, is still not as simple as now with D&D Beyond. D&D Beyond, with thanks to Critical Role pushing them so hardcore,
Yeah.
has gotten this thing to blow up because it is just so easy to go on, drop a
Right.
character within 10 minutes or less, and play a game.
Yeah, and that's also kind of okay. That's to a certain extent. That's also the whole big Legos thing, right? It's easier to make a more streamlined software when there's less content, right?
Less variables, yeah.
There's fewer variables. There's fewer things per character to think about.
Yep.
There's less gear overall.
True. Yeah. Everything is minimized. However, it is funny because what we see happen is, hey, let's play 5e, and then as you begin to add what everyone's talking about, your homebrew stuff, you basically force it to become 3.5.
Yeah, sort of.
By the way, I just want to welcome, before we continue further, Bash.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to the stream. Oh, we don't hear you at all, though.
Yeah.
Oh, if you were talking at all, like, this is the reason why we haven't been responding to you, not because we are dicks.
No, I'm totally a dick.
Oh, I mean, like,
But
despite
that's not the
that...
reason why.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Despite us being dicks, that's not the reason why.
Ask any of my players. I am totally a dick.
Oh,
Mm.
you have, like...
Can't confirm I hasn't even streamed.
I leave my players every night with like that downtrodden feeling of like, wow, nothing that I wanted to do worked because all my rolls sucked, and we didn't plan accordingly. But they learn. That's all that matters. They learn.
Okay, if anyone looking at starting homebrewing spells, going to change it up, trying to balance and feel they play together, I also feel there's less mechanics. Yep.
Oh, I disagree with that. I wholeheartedly disagree with that.
Also, I feel since there's less mechanics, there's more room for RP. I think you can
Oh,
RP.
sorry, I misread that. I thought it said less room for RP.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, there's definitely a case for more RP. And I think
Yes.
some people could also say the case for the opposite, that like maybe there's like in Pathfinders, maybe it for some people it seems really rigid, but also there's like more material to work off of, perhaps more like
Sort of.
Yeah, sort of like if your character is more specifically built like Path of Exile style towards a certain way, then maybe you have more information to work with. But anyway, that's another conversation in itself, and we will talk about that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, by the way, for the follow, Jar Jar Chewy. Welcome to the stream. Make yourself at home. We're just gonna have a conversation with the community. Bash, checking with you.
Can y'all hear me now?
Oh, sick, nice.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And then let's-
Definitely.
You sound like a space marine.
Right? I was just about to say.
Yeah, you have the most chocolatey corpse. Like, oh my god.
Welcome.
Oh.
Can you talk about how you detect heresy, please?
What?
I didn't catch
Sorry.
that joke. But Bash,
It's a
so
40k thing.
got it.
That's what I thought it was, but I was like, did I hear that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Giant Craze,
Yeah,
you just
apparently
gained
my mic
40
wasn't even plugged in.
No problem, no problem.
Yep.
Okay, and then I'm gonna go ahead and change the overlay back into chat mode again with my high-tech skills of making effects and overlays and stuff. Yeah. Okay. Very cool. All right. So fancy. That's me, dude. That's me. Guys, welcome to the stream. I know we have a lot of people in here. Thank y'all very much for sticking around watching via all the different platforms from Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Gaming. If y'all want to link to any of those streams, go ahead and go into the description panels below. Click on any of the other social medias if you're interested. Hey, cool. Is it cool if I say I have a homebrew spell commissions open? Yeah, for sure. Go ahead and post that into the D&D or general or like the friends announcements. Any of that's cool. Also, the process is the same nearly. In 5e, you say some stuff and maybe roll persuasion or deception. In Pathfinders, you talk for a bit, then maybe you roll diplomacy or bluff. Also, the process is...
It's mostly the same process for interactions with NPCs.
Oh, okay, yeah, I just completely
They
missed
just
that
have like
conversation.
alternate names for the skills, and they do the same thing roughly.
I suppose so. I think I'm missing some context in this conversation, but
Yeah, I wonder if he was responding to what I said, or because I was agreeing that RP is the same. It doesn't matter what mechanic you're using, what system you're using. The only thing I've noticed is like just some players, especially new players, who go like we were talking the other day, Kev, like, oh, I'm a bard, so I have to be slutty and fuck everything.
Yeah.
Where it's like, no, not the case.
yeah, exactly that. Bash, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, good. Okay, cool. I just wanted to... I think you said you were checking with your audios and stuff.
Oh no, it's all sorted out. I just had to plug the USB back in.
Very sick. Okay, let's go ahead and get into this. Welcome, guys, to the second half of the stream. We are with illustrious company. We got Bash. Can we get a shout out for Bash's stream? Bashnit. Then we got Dragon Craze once again. #1 mod. Don't tell anyone else. Then we got Larpstrong Carter. Can we get a shout out for Larpstrong as well at Triumph and Blunder. And also Lewis. Uncertain Principality. Well,
Yeah, I changed that, but yeah.
not anymore Uncertain Principality. Is there a reason why you changed the username, by the way?
Just making them more similar on different places and platforms.
Very cool. Okay.
Oh, that's who that is. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Surprise, yeah.
Yeah.
I had no idea, to be honest.
Triumph and Blunder. How is that? There's like underscores or something, right?
Yeah, Triumph underscore. And
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Okay, but let's go ahead and get started. Thank you very much for the shoutouts, guys. Definitely give these guys a follow, a like, all their things. Awesome. So the first thing we want to do, let's go ahead and just like down the line introduction. So who you are, your general experience with D&D, and whatever fun fact. Screw it. Let's go with Lewis.
Hi. My name is Lewis. I've played tabletop RPGs for the past 11 years. As for many people back then, I started out with 2nd edition Advanced Dungeons & Dragons.
Wow.
And then sort of transitioned into Pathfinder.
Mm-hmm.
Over the years, I've dabbled in several systems. I keep going back to Pathfinder, though. So, yeah, it's kind of just has so much content at this point.
Yeah, for sure. That's pretty interesting. 11 years, dude. That's amazing. Next, we got Larpstrong Carter from Triumph and Blunder.
oh boy, yeah, I'm like half that. So I've been DMing for, I don't know, 5 or 6 years, maybe, give or take,
Sure.
off and on. Started with the actually D&D Adventures League specifically, but by being thrown into there saying like, hey, I want a DM, here you go, and just start it. I personally stick to D&D, not because of the lore or anything, because I literally have all the books and have not read one of them. Everything I do is just based on adventure modules and fluffing shit as I go. But I stick to it just because I know it's easier for me, and so I bring in players on stuff I know. But other than that, I do a lot of what do you call it? Like theater of the mind stuff. Like, have you ever heard of Dread? I like Dread games and stuff like those. And then I have my Twitch stream that's been running since March, which is nowhere as big as DnDoodle Twitch, but we love it.
I appreciate it, but yeah, I appreciate it. I don't know. Every time compliments get thrown my way, I just don't know how to respond, but I appreciate it.
How do we get him to blush, guys? Let's go on.
Man, stop it. I'm gonna turn on the brightness so y'all can't see it. Yeah, thank y'all. Thank you very much, Larpstrong Carter. Then we got Dragon Queries once again, just for this segment. If you want to like give us another fun fact, I suppose, amongst other things, if you want.
Just Bash, go ahead.
Nice. That's a good fun fact. Bash, go ahead.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's all good. We'll give you some time. Bash?
Bashnik. I've been playing D&D for just a little bit over a year. I've known about it since I was a kid. Just never really had the groups to play it with. But then again, thank online for that, as I normally lurk the halls of Roll20, looking for sessions and also DMing sessions.
Okay.
Magic the Gathering was one of my big things prior to this, but yeah, pretty much went head first into D&D and just kind of got completely sucked into it.
Very cool. What colors are your favorite for Magic? I just want to read into your personality a little bit.
Red, black, and white combo Mardu.
Oh, does your son need something?
When do kids not need something?
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, Bash,
they're just gonna lurk around all the time.
Yeah, it's totally fine if like anything happens in the background. Like I can like edit things out and whatever. So it's like just fun banter. So no pressure at all. Okay, cool. Dragon Craze, fun fact.
I'm just now getting into Warhammer, so that's
Sick.
fun.
That's a perfect one. Okay. With that being said, finishing off with the best for last fun fact for sure. We're gonna get into the second section. The second section topic: pay to play versus free to play tabletop RPGs. Now, I'm not really. So I would say I'm relatively pretty newbie in D&D as a whole, but definitely a complete newbie in interacting with like the D&D community in general, because usually I just play within my own circles and we've had our own interpretation of how the game should go. And then only recently with Twitch, I've been able to play with like newer people that I've never met IRL and stuff. But even then, I've never came across this particular question of pay to play versus free to play tabletop RPGs. And it seems like some people have some opinions on this subject. And so we're going to start off today with talking about this. And with that being said, does anyone want to like set the stage with like, you know, some background knowledge or some experiences that may help with this discussion? Go ahead. Yeah.
Roll20's implementation sucks.
Okay.
Oh,
why is that?
Sorry. Are you? Is our conversation about Roll20 and its paid
No.
subscription thing?
No, but that's one way of doing the pay-to-play formula, right?
Yeah.
I think it can be done. I don't think that model is the right way to do it.
Oh, you're saying people have like, whatchamacallit, posted like they're running a game and you have to pay to get into it.
Yes.
Okay.
You need to apply and also pay them for each session.
Isn't this you apply through Roll20? Like there's a whole system for this?
There's a system for that, actually.
Is that integrated into Roll20, or do people just post on forums?
Yes.
It's in the... They have like a search criteria for pay-to-play games on the Find a Group thing.
Yeah, links through PayPal.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Facebook group, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
People make bank.
And honestly, a lot of the looking for players posts with pay to play in the title, they're so terribly written. like, at least if you want people to pay you, get your grammar correctly
Sure. Okay.
in the post, right? And some of them, like, it seems obvious that English isn't their first language.
Okay.
But and like that, it isn't mine either, right? But when it's obvious by just like the first two sentences of your commercial, essentially, for your thing, I don't know. It just gives a bad impression, honestly.
Sure. Okay. And by the way, you mentioned that like maybe some people like it's not like their first language. So this is not just like any particular country. This is the entire world of D&D. People from all parts of the world participate in pay to play, Roll20, or pay to play in general. Cool. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's take a step back and just go over the basics because like you said, you and probably most of your community who are used to you know about, okay, you run a game, you have your players in your game, you don't charge your players. So while pay to play does have that stigma on the top of it as money, just to label it out a little better, pay to play is a DM saying, I want X amount for a session or for a campaign for you to be part of it, and setting their basically their session 0 level setting what they want versus what you're going to get. It just like any other capitalist form of making money. This is my services. This is what you should expect. Versus the free to play, which is the assumption of I'm going to play in your game as long as you'll have me and as long as I want to stay.
Sure.
And I'm not paying out any money for anything. I don't have to pay any money, which is kind of what most people are used to in the non-online version. They're used to, hey, I'm going to go to my buddy's house. We're going to play a game. I'll bring some snacks or something, but I'm not paying cash.
Right,
Okay.
yeah. And it's sort of the compensation thing, right? Comes into play because it's generally accepted that the GM has to do more work, like outside of sessions and stuff like that, than anybody else, and that in fact is an obligation to the other people, and therefore that's some sort of social accord in which they are compensated for this.
So coming from experience, I'm myself being both a free-to-play DM and a paid DM. There's a lot more benefits to a pay-to-play game than a free-to-play game,
Let's talk about
especially online.
Yeah.
So the first aspect of the free-to-play is every once in a while you'll get a good player, someone that wants to generally be there.
Okay.
But most of the time you get fairly toxic people.
Okay.
And people that are just there to make a character as strong as possible for another campaign that they're in to test it out, and then they leave and never come back.
Okay.
As far as pay-to-play, I've noticed it created a lot more commitment. I've had players for the better portion of 6 months now that have been consistent in the pay-to-play games, as to where free-to-play, I've seen people for up to at least 2 to 3 weeks, and then they were gone.
Right.
Or they're trying to kill off other players or do whatever they wanted because it's free-to-play. There's no downfall to what they're doing.
Yeah.
So as far as the whole pay-to-play concept, me, myself, I'm not in it for the money. The pay-to-play is just kind of like a buffer to get good, solid people that want to be there. And what I usually do is I'll take that money and I'll buy like map packs or just things that kind of generally make the game better, like more books like Tasha's Cauldron when that came out and stuff like that. So basically returning the money back to them in the same way that they expect content for what they're paying for.
And what sort of bar to entry do you think is like reasonable just to filter out the most toxic people?
I usually run around $10 a session, and that seems to be fairly reasonable. You can do 5 to 10. I've been running around 10 just because I run a couple of different campaign groups, and I can get more books and stuff with it that way. A lot more income. And on top of that, when they're paying a DM to play, it increases the quality that they expect from the DM, and it's also an incitement for me to provide said content because they're expecting it. They're paying me for it.
Yeah, right.
I
It's
need to
an
provide
extra
what they're
motivation.
expecting.
Have you noticed that maybe people that pay money come with like very special requests and sort of where they want the game you're running to go?
Honestly, not really. A lot of people that have come to me with a pay-to-play game seem to try to trust in what I have to offer. I mean, they'll ask questions and try to, implement things, and I'll always work it out with them, of course. I mean, once again, it falls on a concept that they're paying to play, but at the same time, I have to make sure they're not ruining the experience of the other people that are paying to play.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanna like emphasize and add a little bit to that. Like, I like how you said commitment. I was trying to think of the best word for it, like accountability or something like that. But it's a commitment. It's you're paying money for a service. I'm going to commit to you to do what I say I'm going to do, and you're going to commit to me to be here. And the difference between the pay to play versus the free to play is literally that, where me and TNB, we don't have any pay to play right now, but I'm constantly doing extra work, having to recruit, having to vet, having to interview, do all this extra stuff to find people. And then I've been lucky in my personal Monday and Wednesday campaigns to get people who have stuck. And then on Wednesday I had some that dropped and I had to refill and whatever. But in general, in the grand scheme of things, if you charge, you are more likely to get those people who are going to be more committed because they know they're paying for something. And now to add on to that, as far as like the assumptions or expectations of what you get versus what you pay in, it's really based on what you level set as the DM. And when you talk to your players, it's just like a session 0 where I say, I'm going to commit to you to give you music, to give you maps, to give you tie-in backstories to the story I'm telling, or to give you the ability to make changes to that story if we talk about it, kind of thing. Or not. You can literally have none of that, where it's like, you're going to play in my game, I'm going to give you a character, you're just paying the $10 for all the time I've taken. And it just depends on the player what you want. So it's very versatile in that aspect. There's no assumptions whatsoever for pay to play, except for what that person says they're going to give you versus what they want you to pay.
Yeah. Okay. So whatever that you establish with the payment is basically a contract, and they are committed to basically whatever you mentioned, and you know that they are okay with everything that you're stating because they have gone the extra step and decided to pay for this agreement. Is that about right?
Right. Yeah, and then like how Lewis was saying about, well, do you see people who, might be asking for more? No way. Like, I see all my free to play people, they ask for just as much as anyone I've ever played in a pay to play game, because as a player, you want stuff. So the difference is not whether you're paying for it or not. It's just what are you willing to ask the DM for? The difference, if you pay for it, you might assume that you're going to get it. But if that DM level set it ahead of time that says like they don't want your input and you agree to that, you're stuck to that.
No, I meant like if the GM in those situations might be more likely to sort of feel like they should give into these things more so because like there is they have given money to take part in this, right? They should get the things they want out of it to a certain extent.
It depends on the DM, right? Like, you may be a little more lenient and say, oh, well, they're paying me, I have to give them that. But like, personally, if I level set expectations ahead of time, like, hey, there's no homebrew, these are the races, blah, blah, blah. That's what I'm sticking to, right? It's all personable. And that's the good thing about it. Just as much as a free to play where I can make the changes as the DM, a pay to play, the DM has the ability. But to answer Curved Earth's question, does it help ensure people show up? I would say 100% yes, because when a person, and I'm sure Bash can agree to this, when a person puts money to something that's non-refundable, you tell a person, hey, you're paying in advance for the session you're showing up. As they're paying that money, they feel they're getting something from it, they will continue to pay that money and get something from it. And it actually helps weed out, like you were saying, Lewis, those people who aren't really doing well enough to take the time to put their game together properly, because those people on a free to play will continuously have crappy games, but on a pay to play, they'll get weeded out because no one's going to play.
I mean,
yeah, I absolutely agree.
I've weeded out people in the free to play situation by essentially over like a period of time just curating, oh yeah, these are the people I've played with that I've liked, if the game is over or drops or something, I'll just say, hi, you people that I've liked playing with. How about we find some more friends and make our own game?
Yeah.
Sort of thing.
Yeah,
And,
no, that always works, right?
Sure.
yeah, and then you kind of have people that know each other beforehand, sort of, at least some of the other people, and there's still a commitment there, right? Because you have a relationship with the people already. It's just not a monetary one.
Yeah. So Bash, correct me if I'm wrong. I would say the pay to play tends to work best for bringing in new people to your community, your group, your inner circle from the TTRPG standpoint, versus later on those people you may no longer charge because you're like, I want to really run this cool campaign, and you don't care if they pay, even though half the time they're probably going to drop you money here and there anyways, right?
Absolutely, if not even charge a lot less than normal, just to keep up the same commitment. I mean, like I said, when it comes down to free to play, it turns into a group of expecting to get together, especially when you're online, you don't know what's going on with people. And then getting to the session day, they decide they join another campaign without telling anyone, or it just kind of completely eliminates the mindset of commitment to the party itself or what's going on. And then you have the whole fallout of the party where your campaign completely dissolves. As far as online goes, I would say some sense of commitment. I mean, when you're playing in person, it's different. You personally know the people.
Yeah, well, even if you don't, like I said, I started with Adventurers League, where I didn't know the people. The difference was there was an overhead of a store. I went to a store that had people who came in, so I could get drop-ins. So it's a little easier because I didn't have to know the people, but they were going to that store anyways, and they just dropped in. Knowing the people obviously helps because then you can like hit them up and mess with them like, hey man, you didn't show up, versus like you said online, it's like, hey, hello, and they don't have to respond, and if they don't respond, you don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
And that's when I stopped playing with those people, right?
Well, even like when you bring in Adventures League, even Adventures League is a pay-to-play setup. I mean, you're paying for, I believe it's the DM people that are DMing to DM for the random people.
Yeah, you can.
Or shop in general.
Yeah, Adventures League actually does it both ways too, where usually the shop will charge a fee because it's the shop saying, hey, you're using our shop. But I found a lot of times the shops wouldn't charge and the DMs could charge, and I personally didn't charge unless the shop charged, because I was just doing it for fun. But it was the same concept. I found that the places I played at that didn't charge a player, I did get a lot of new drop-ins, but not a lot of recurring players. Whereas the places that you had to pay to play, I would get a lot more recurring people because they knew what they were getting and they were enjoying what they were getting. Because, like you said, you feel a little more, I don't know, excited or motivated, even if it's only a little bit of money, because then you do get to spend money on things like, for us on doing online, we have to pay for Roll20 subscriptions. We have to pay for D&D Beyond subscriptions. We have to pay for modules if we're going to buy them, and books and stuff on these different platforms. While we're going to probably do it anyways, it does make it easier if someone's like, hey, I want Tasha's, and you just can't afford it. And you're like, well, I'm not charging them. I can't afford it. So no, versus, oh, well, they're paying me, up to $50 a session if it's 5 heads. So I'm going to drop that. And then personally, just throwing this out there, this is kind of a middle ground, which I found works well for T&B for that, is crowdfunding that ability. So basically in the Triumphant Blunder community, what we do is like, I pop out and say, hey, like in May, my D&D Beyond and my Roll20 subscriptions are going to be up, and that's $150 for a year. I'm going to pop in my community and say, hey guys, $150, here's a PayPal pool. If anyone wants to put in, feel free. You're not obligated to, but just know that when these things aren't paid, we don't have these abilities like all these nice books that we've bought or these adventures we bought. And it's like, I'd say at least 80% of the people that can do, they put in. And the ones who can't, most of the people who put in actually put in extra because they know that they want to play with that other guy who maybe doesn't have a job right now or who, doesn't, have the money extra.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing that I like to do with the pay-to-play games is incentive to even want to join. Normally I'll offer like my first session free, just so people get an opportunity to play and experience what I'm offering.
Yes,
without
first
me
one's
just
free,
paying
eh?
for it. And that way they can decide for themselves whether it's worth paying to play.
Yep.
See,
like
I
that.
guess I'm on the outside looking in this subject because I've only ever played with one group, and we were all online. So I've never had any of the toxic people to play with. I've never had anybody just up and leave the campaign. Never had anything like that. But just from a outside looking in perspective, unless it is a completely homebrew campaign, so like unless you're running something other than like Descent to Avernus or Tomb of Annihilation or something like that, charging feels odd, in my opinion. Does that make sense?
Well, how?
Because-
Like, explain how.
Because I mean, you're still DMing, yes,
Mm-hmm.
but you're not having to come up with the entirety of the story. Does that make sense?
Your resources already gathered in one place for you.
Exactly.
So you're saying effort versus cost.
Basically, yeah.
Okay. I don't disagree with you there. The other thing you have to think about too is time, right? So maybe you say the person who does that charges less than a person who doesn't because a DM still has to tell the story, right? Like a DM is still there for that 4-hour period.
Yeah, but it takes up less out
Outside
of session time
True.
if you have all the things.
To a point. So let me.
There's
I'll
no
throw
way running a module is is more time consuming than creating an entire world from scratch, dude. That's just.
I disagree, and here's why. I personally, and Kev knows I say this all the time. I'm very much a run adventure module DM, right? Because I just don't have the. I have a analysis paralysis, so starting from scratch is hard for me. If you give me like this is the world, I can make up the rest of the stuff. I can make up deities, I can make up factions or whatever. But like how Kev did with his community of hey, here's an open world, let's start adding stuff. I couldn't do that because that's just not how my brain works, right? So what I do, if you've ever checked out Triumph and Blunder on Mondays, we run Curse of Strahd campaign, right? If you watch Curse of Strahd from the start to where we're at now, I've changed 80% of what's happening. Like the party has an NPC that has no reason with being with them. The research I've done elsewhere, it takes me, I'd say on average, minimum 4 hours, maybe sometimes up to 16 hours a week just for that campaign because I'm researching Mandy Mod and Dragna Carta and just random stuff and adding it to based on the party because I like to say that while the campaign has a story going on, it has a world. I want the players what onion piece I call it an onion, different layers that they're dealing with is going to be different. So the world still has this. The world is still the book, Strahd is still the overall BBEG. Xander is still in the Amber Temple. All the main NPCs are still the main NPCs, but I change stuff based on their interactions. So personally, to say, well, because say I'm just throwing out, say Kev makes his world from scratch, and so it would be okay for him to charge, but saying, well, because I use a book, even though I make a lot of changes.
That was not the argument.
What I was about to say though is you said you've changed about 80% of it, correct?
Sure, yeah.
I would consider that a homebrew campaign built on a module. I would not consider that a module campaign.
Because that's what you're doing, Dragon Crates, right? Basically.
I'm doing a completely homebrew.
Oh, okay. It was like after the Avernus campaign.
Oh, I thought you meant the one I was building, but yeah, the Descent to Avernus, we ran Avernus, and now we're going probably to level. If we started back going, probably going to go end up to level 30 or something.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. What I would go ahead.
No. It was just make sure that the extra work you put in is of course extra work, but the thing is that you had the module to begin with, so all the other extra thing you're doing is very much optional in that case, right? And it also makes it like 80% homebrew and 20% module with your own ratio, which means it's more homebrew at this point. And the argument was for that running the module takes you less prep time because you have the maps, you have everything for that sort of thing.
What
and
I
the stats are there for you.
So how do I say? The general idea is that homebrew takes more time than modules, but I don't know. Like I literally do homebrew because I think it's actually easier, and maybe it's just how my mind works. But I'm gonna try to explain it in a way that hopefully makes sense. Like for homebrew, I build my own stuff, and that's like difficult and whatnot. But if any time there's something that happens unexpectedly during the session, whatever, I can just make it up on the fly and just make it work for the world. For a module, I actually think it's even more difficult because you basically have to prepare and know all of the information of the module in advance, so that perhaps it takes even more preparation time to know all of that and make sure you're studied, so that when you get to the session and some random something happens, you'll be able to react in a way that fits still in the shell of the module. So I don't know. I think there's arguments for there being a large amount of effort.
In modules being mentioned, you could take like Lost Mines of Phandelver into account for something like that, where you have to literally walk up and around Neverwinter to get to Thunder Tree. But the module doesn't give you any content whatsoever about Neverwinter. If your party wants to go into Neverwinter, now you have to try to be continually correct to make sure you're not destroying what Neverwinter really is.
Yeah. I get that, but it's not the model. I'm trying to. I don't know.
Yeah, take your time. We got a lot of time.
It's still not. The Neverwinter would be optional material outside of the module, though. Correct?
To an extent, but when your module runs you right through the city, people are really tempted to go into the said city. I mean, if you're a city, you start thinking, oh, there's better shops there, magic shops, more opportunities, maybe criminal mastermind or things for the rogues to get into. Next thing you know, your whole campaign developed into Neverwinter.
Right, but then you're no longer playing the module because somebody derailed the campaign and started doing completely different stuff.
Here's another thing. So again, I'm taking this from experience, and I'm obviously by no means taking offense to this because I do me, you do you. That's how I believe, right? Everyone has their own way of doing things. I personally, I don't charge because I don't care to charge. Also because I don't want to have to be forced to say, in my brain to say, well, I'm getting money, I have to provide you a thing.
Sure.
I'd rather provide you a good thing, and then if you want to give me money, it's up to you. And Merry Christmas to me, right? But like, for example, from a modular standpoint, I buy adventures from people who are out there who make adventures, aka anyone out there who makes adventures, hit me up because I fucking buy adventures because I'm lazy and don't want to do the upfront prep. For example, I just bought a couple DM Dave, a couple of the Arcane Library, and I saw some random dude post on Roll20 saying, hey, I made some adventures, and I bought them on Roll20. Now, going back to, kind of what Dragon Craze and Lewis are saying about the prep time, I buy them on Roll20 because I don't have to prep the map. I don't have to prep the tokens. All that's pre-prepped by default. Okay. Then I do like Kevin said, which again takes time. I have to read through this module from front to back, which is where my minimum 4 hours takes place, where I say, okay, this is what's in this module, right? But I can guarantee you 100% of the time, none of that ever matters because A, I'm not going to railroad them, and B, they never do what the hell you expect them, right? Like, think about it from even a homebrew standpoint. They never do what you expect. So if you guys, if anyone's ever bored and wants to check out the Wandering Fools on Wednesday, the last game we just played is literally, that's what happens, where I read the module from front to back. I knew what they needed to do. As they did stuff, they did nothing that mattered, and I just rolled with the punches, right? Now, they're at a point where it's kind of coming into the module, so that's where it helps to have that module ahead of time, like Kevin said, so I can then pull back on the reins and say, okay, you're here, you're going to do this thing. But chances are they're going to jump to another conclusion, to somewhere else, and do something else, and so you just have to run with it. So my question, to Dragon and Lewis would be, what's the difference in you taking 4 to 8 hours to write all that down versus me taking 4 to 8 hours to prep it and be ready that we're both doing a similar thing. It's just you're writing it.
Well,
I'm paying
I'm
money.
assuming that reading something takes a shorter amount of time than writing something up in a decent and digestible way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think though, like, maybe we can agree on though that like every situation is going to be different. It is very possible that someone could just be going by the module and it's super easy for them because they have all the resources, or it could be way easier for a homebrewer person, whatever, blah blah blah. With the existence of the fact that it could be difficult for both sides, then there is room for justification to be paid for either which way, homebrew or module.
Yeah. Of course,
cool.
of course.
So that's
also you might spend. Okay, in my estimate, you would probably spend less time if you had all the resources in the module, but you're then also paying for the module, which should be compensated for, because that's you paying forward to somebody else who did the writing and did the artistic map making thing. I stopped running modules like 5 years ago, and essentially now I just steal stuff from all the different modules and make my own stuff.
Yep.
Just put it together in ways I like. And that's honestly worked a lot better because I was also felt constricted by the very specific rules that were like in the modules, right? This room has this and this. There's like DCs for these saves if they ever interact with these two specific objects or something. And then they like look at the room, and then there's the magic mirror. There's the closet full of wizard robes, and there's like the scrying pool, and then it's like they walk into the room. Oh, cool! Random clothing.
Yep.
And then they're like, oh yeah, did he ever embroider his initials into the collar of his robe? I was like, bruh, why are you in this dungeon?
Yeah. So I'd like to actually kind of jump on that point, because going back to what you said, like, well, it takes more time probably to write than it does to read. But then going back to what you just said, where, well, I just read 8 different scenarios, which you only would have written one, right? You're thinking, okay, I'm writing this once. Well, I'm just using this as like a counterpoint, right?
Yeah.
Like, say, like you're saying, okay, I'm writing one thing because that's all I think that's going to matter in this dungeon, right? And the rest of it you're going to fluff because it doesn't matter. Versus I'm reading 8 that another person who wrote said, well, maybe one of these 8 things are going to matter. The time it takes to do the both could be the same, could be different. It all depends on how someone reads, how someone writes.
Assuming that I'm making less content than it's in the adventure path.
Exactly. And you're assuming that I can read fast or I can understand more. So it's a bunch of assumptions, and that's kind of
I'm assuming that I will make the same amount of content, and content take a higher amount of time to create than it takes to consume.
Okay. Well, no,
what Carter is saying is, though, not everybody reads at the same speed. Not everybody reads at what may take you an hour to read may take somebody 2 or 3 hours to read.
Exactly.
What are you saying?
Doubt that because I'm dyslexic, but
no, it's not the personal
not you specifically.
Piece. Yeah, not the personal piece. We're generalizing, right? So I'm playing devil's advocate because I don't disbelieve in pay to play, but I will not charge to have people play because I enjoy telling the story. And I'm not. I think you said you've been DMing for 11 years, right?
I've been playing for 11 years.
Okay,
I've been DMing for like the last 8 on and off.
Okay, I personally have been playing for 6 and DMing for 6. I actually started playing and DMing at the same time. So I don't. Oh. I feel like maybe eventually, when I get more knowledge, like you said, eventually you rolled out of modules. I might roll out of modules and do more homebrew. But I feel like I could play devil's advocate for those pay-to-play people, especially those who are running modules, for that to be okay, because of the fact that you're not paying a DM. This is my personal opinion. Anyone can hate me for this. You're not paying a DM to write a story. You're paying a DM to tell a story and run you through a story. You're basically paying them to read you a choose your own adventure book and make the paths as you go. If that's how that DM wants to DM. Now, if it's a DM like you who wants to make that adventure your own, that works too. But I wouldn't downgrade or downplay a DM if they've run an adventure just straight off a module, because I've been there, done that, and sometimes it works better.
Right. Like,
So,
I've started out with like base premises when I make stuff, and it's like, okay, this is like an overarching goal that will take a few levels, and they will have to go through a bunch of stuff, sort of, if they want to advance to that point. But then also, like, I make this big. I talk to my players usually and say like, okay, what sort of adventure, what theme would you like, and then they come with input, and we start out, and like we get to like the main goal that everybody can agree that these are things we would like to achieve with some characters, right?
Mhm.
And then I thematically try to punch in stuff in the middle that sort of make the road in between the things, right? And this can be like making 2 levels of a dungeon, or it could be creating characteristics, backstory for like entire cities with like 12 to 20 different relevant NPCs each, and stuff like that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So,
I think Bash was trying to jump in there too.
Yeah,
Yes,
so one
so-
of the things I wanted to kind of bring into the whole pay-to-play concept is someone also mentioned in the chat earlier about what happens if you don't pay.
Mm.
Thank you very much for
Mm.
going back to that question. I've been trying to mean to do that. Go ahead.
So I guess that's something you kind of have to discuss with your DM. If you're looking into playing a pay-to-play campaign or module, one-shot, anything you're doing, it's always to make sure you know what kind of DM you're playing into. Like me personally, if you don't pay, I'm not going to kick you right away. You know, it's something that if you don't pay me for like over the course of a month, I might like have a talk with you, like, are you not enjoying the campaign? Like, what's the reason that you don't need to pay, or is it you just can't afford it? Maybe
you
I'll
have
work with you
monetary
on stuff like
problems.
that. Yeah, I mean, it's like you gotta make sure you know what kind of DM you're getting in with.
Mhm.
Like, me personally, I played in a lot of pay-to-play campaigns, and I felt like my money was being wasted
Mhm.
because, you know, I'm paying to play a campaign, but there's no character growth, story, or anything. It's just the DM pretty much
Here's the
railroading
thing,
the
fight it
campaign
or
to the
something.
end.
I don't know.
Ew.
Like, you want to do something that seems fun with like the rest of the party, but they're just railroading
that's
you
not
into
part
getting
of
the
it.
campaign done. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's like
yeah,
no
yeah.
flex to the story, but you're paying to play. Like,
Mhm.
that's where the concept of what are you paying for comes in.
Right.
So-
yeah.
That falls in on the player to decide, is it worth paying to play? And then it also, like I said, reflects on to the whole concept of what happens if you don't pay. Is it because, are you not paying because you're not enjoying the campaign? Are you not paying because of monetary issues? Are you not paying because you forgot? But personally, I never remind people during a campaign, like, hey, you forgot to pay me. That just seems flat out rude to me, to be like, oh,
Right.
hey, you didn't pay me.
Unless it's been a
Yeah,
few,
it's,
like sessions.
sorry.
Yeah. Yeah,
it
fine.
would be very rude to do that in front of, like, especially because I would assume they're the people, of course, it's an assumption, who will call people out in front of the other players.
Oh yeah, and I've been in part of pay to play like that because me personally, ADHD, I tend to forget a lot of stuff quite often, and then it'll hit me like
Uh-huh.
an hour or so later, and I'll pay. But we used to have a DM. Well, one of the games I'm no longer in now, the DM would at the end of every session call out everybody that didn't pay him. And we're sitting there having, you know, like the end of the campaign, like, oh, this was okay. We were like talking about what happened, you know, kind of settling in on like, you know, the quote cliffhanger if there was one. Then it's all of a sudden, hey, you forgot to pay me. Like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's totally
It-
rude. It would be like if
that's-
people usually paid ahead of time, right? It's
And then
like,
you also have the, oh, we're not going to start until you pay me DMs.
no, it wasn't that I
wow.
meant. But if it's like half an hour before session and the payment is still not in, right? They're like, send a message, like DM people, like, hey, what's happened? This usually comes in on time. Have you forgotten what's?
Yeah. So it's
And, like,
very
gatekeep, like, not gatekeep in that way, but like sort of block off, like, you're not allowed to show up to the session unless the money is already on my account. Sort of
Yeah.
thing.
The best advice I could give if you're looking to get into a pay to play campaign,
Mhm.
don't try to get into a full time DM campaign if you're expecting to have fun.
yeah.
Right.
Get into a what?
A lot of the ones I get into, you'll see a DM is running like 5 days a week, and when you play
Oh.
with them,
Jeez.
they're just kind of sitting back and railroading you through the story.
Right, because
I mean,
they have
there's
like
no flexibility.
they get through this like 5 times, and they can't keep making like separate side stuff for all of their 5 different campaigns, right? Of the same thing.
Absolutely.
If you, I don't know who could have kept that straight in their head if they made like entirely different side quests for each and everything when the base module is the same, right?
And
Yeah.
a lot of times I notice those kind of DMs are very DM versus player-ish. Like they're out to kill their players off and then make them recreate a character, and then complain when that character doesn't create a good enough backstory because they're on their like 5th character in 2 sessions.
Like Mogwai.
2 sessions.
Mogwai? No. What's it called? Way like 2nd edition D&D, where like the adventure module, not an adventure module, the GM handbook just says like you are there to be their adversary. You're there to challenge them every step of the way. And it's like, bruh.
See, one of the things I do with my campaigns, I'm not fond of killing players off. Like that's one of my things is I don't like to kill players. It ruins a story. I mean, if they're ready to leave, they'll take their player out in their own time. Like my last session, a player left and he's making his new character to come in because he felt like he reached the end of his character. But then you have the situation like I mentioned where if you're running this 5-day-a-week DM that just kind of kills your players off, you don't get to build that story to the point where you can have your own player exit.
True.
Yeah, I think you're right on the fact of like not getting into a long term. Like if you want to get in the pay to play space, which is definitely something I would recommend for people who have the funds, are interested in supporting those people out there who do this, because a lot of people, especially with the COVID stuff happening, are starting to do this full time as jobs just to make ends meet. But also, they tend to be people that will put a little bit more effort and oomph into it because they have those funds. But you have to do one shots first. Do those ones who say, "Hey, I'm going to do a one shot, and it's going to be X amount." And sometimes they'll let you do the first one shot free, or the session 0 free, so you get a feel for them. Or they'll have like YouTube videos where you can go watch, kind of like how TNB does, or I think even Kev does, where he puts his campaign type of videos up, so you can see how that person DMs, so you get a feel for them and say, okay, I might like this person. And some have refund opportunities, because if they're there not to make money but to tell a story, but they want to use that fund to kind of get that commitment, they will have no issue going, oh, you didn't have fun, no worries, let me refund you. If you want to try again, come to another game or something like that. But definitely don't jump into a campaign where you're like going to have to drop 10, 15, 20 bucks per session to keep going, because you might not like it, and it's harder to drop out once you put money into something.
Okay, so basically there are ways in which you can vet if you're trying to consider a pay to play. They are just checking them out via all the resources that they have, other VODs or
Socials.
Descriptions, or talking with them, or with the socials, things like that. In addition, maybe they have a system in place, such as free to play in the first few, or a refund system that is trustable.
Yeah.
So
honestly, if nothing is said about having a talk with the GM or having a session 0, that's like outside of paying for that as well. Like if they demand money for session 0, which is the first time you actually speak with them, I'd be a little bit worried maybe that like they're in it just for the money, right?
Yeah, you can definitely tell when a DM is there just for the money. Like another thing you mentioned is if a DM kills you off in the beginning of the game, you spend the next 3 hours just sitting there, and they still charge you. That kind of says something about the DM as well.
For sure.
But you didn't get to play for that one.
Yeah, it's like we started it off, you killed me off, and then you're having me pay to listen to everyone else have fun for 3 hours.
So this whole discussion, by the way, just to like pull in the reins a little bit. Actually, does anyone have anything else to say before?
Nope.
Okay, cool.
The only thing I would say is if you're charging to play, just make sure it's worth it for the players.
Exactly. Yeah. So we're going back into the base question, pay to play versus free to play. By the way, what is the question? Like, is it ethical, or which is like, what are the pros and cons? Like, what is the question that we're answering? Maybe everything.
Yeah. When I threw the question at Dragon, it was specifically that it was the pros and cons, and we kind of did throw in the whole ethical piece ever so slightly.
Yeah.
But that was also kind of a given, in my opinion. So,
Sure.
If anyone has any specific things to say to that, because I think it's a service, I think it's ethical. There's nothing wrong with it, except for, like Lewis and Bash were saying, making sure that if you're charging, you're giving people what they pay for. You're setting the expectations ahead of time and providing those expectations and refunds if possible. Because again, it is a service. It's actually so much a service that there are now websites that are pulling in DMs, vetting DMs ahead of time, setting up the pay structure, blah blah blah.
Nice, like you get like star ratings from your previous players, sort of thing.
I was going to post some of them, but I'm not posting them right now because I haven't vetted them personally, but I've seen them and I'm like, okay, that's interesting. I know a lot of people who have been in the TTRPG realm for 20, 30 years. I know a guy who literally has created books. I'm not throwing names out because I don't like to do that, but he says you create your base, you test it, kind of like how Paulie says he runs games and he creates his stuff. Once you have that, then you document it in a way like Shifting Wolf, I think it was, who was it that was showing us on stream the really cool GM binder book?
Oh, that was Shifting
Wolf.
Okay, that's what I thought. Like, when you have it at that level, it is ready to sell. It looks like a book and it's ready to sell. And once you get it to that point, sell it and get your royalties. Get the money that you put the time in for. Even if you don't think it's worth it, trust me, someone will.
Only thing about that is I'm not sure they have like bought rights to all the artwork used, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So make sure you have like all that like squared
Sorted
away
out.
with whoever you have do the art for your book.
Interesting. Yeah.
That's true.
You have to think about will buying or getting permission to the rights, because that oftentimes costs.
It would probably be way
Will
more
you-
than the amount.
Will you make that money back in getting it sold?
Yeah, you won't ahead of time, but if I mean, that looks really well. Again, that like if it was artwork found online and stuff,
Then,
yes, you will want to get rights
do
and blah
that,
blah blah. And I would definitely recommend getting in with other TTRPG groups that create that kind of stuff and who know. I don't know specifics on where you go to get those approvals and whatnot, but you'll get royalties. Like my friend literally does not work. He lives off of all the royalties he gets from all the books he's created, because you sell them on, the DM's Guild and Roll20 and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you just literally just make money for doing upfront stuff.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very interesting.
As far as the whole free play versus pay to play, though, I suggest both. Like honestly, like when you
suggest
first get
both.
into D&D, and stuff like that, free to play is a good start, especially when you're trying to learn the basics, because you have a lot more people like in a living campaign where there's like 50 plus people that are probably in that campaign. It's real easy to get support from other players and stuff like that. When you're down, once you've gained the experience and stuff, and you're looking to do a module, is where I would say look for a cheap pay to play, just so that you know that you're getting into a group with committed players.
Interesting. Okay, cool. So I can see the usefulness for both. Let's see. We were mentioning basically most of the time we were mentioning all the positives of pay to play. To name a few, let's see. It's just like a normal business. You get commitment. Good. Expectations are made and set, assuming that there's a good session 0. You don't have to curate, as Paul had mentioned. Not Paul, sorry. As Lewis mentioned.
Hi, yes.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine.
As Lewis mentioned, you don't have to curate the people, throughout your life of like which good players there are, whatever. You can just get committed people who know what they're getting themselves into because they're paying for it, and usually that attracts a crowd, not just like randos who like are just gonna quit immediately. They're
Right, the fewer trolls.
yeah, they're putting in skin into the game. You know that they'll show up more likely because they're paying for this. Good. Yeah. Okay. Cool. But with all that being said, what are the counterpoints to pay to play? Why is it that people don't think that it is like a good idea in general? And honestly, I'm kind of sold. Like pay to play actually sounds legitimate as long as like we mentioned already, we vet this service, if we like, and it is like thought of as like a professional, well done product that you can perform for someone, or whatever, a service that you can perform for someone, like it sounds quite good for me. But what other negatives do we have? We can even have some from the stream as well, from the chat. Go ahead.
Okay, so to a certain degree, it's very good as long as you have a good GM, right? But
Sure.
that I feel can be said about either,
Right.
honestly. Also, somebody mentioned, I can't remember who, that once you have paid money into it, you kind of feel like you have to stick around. Sometimes that could backfire, where you end up with sort of a sunk cost fallacy, where you have players that are in the game and paying for it, but like they feel like they just have to be there because
That sounds like a them
it's kind of
problem.
like the
Like they
contract
just
now.
like should just like stop. I don't
See,
know.
Yeah.
that's what we're saying, though. That's a con of it, because
Yeah.
depending on the DM, there could be a whole campaign of people who are just paying for it because they've been paying for it.
Right.
Yeah, kind of like what I mentioned earlier with my situation where I was paying basically had my character killed off, and I was just sitting there waiting for the next session.
Really?
Yeah.
That is absurd. Okay, so
It's asinine.
yeah, for sure. So that's, I guess, maybe part of the vetting. I think literally, basically,
Yeah.
no one should be going into pay to play if there isn't something that takes that into consideration, or there isn't like flexibility to help someone in any of those situations, or
Yeah.
whatever.
Have a new character ready, maybe, if the
I don't
GM knows it's going to be lethal,
Something
right?
like that.
Like, give those expectations ahead of time.
And
And that's kind of where the vetting comes in, right?
Yep.
Where currently there's not really all that much of this. There are established systems, but like everybody doesn't know about them. Like it's not like a given that people link to certain, like have references basically for like their previous work, so it's a little bit Wild West-ish still, and there can be predatory business practices out there.
So with that being said, just to repeat, because it's being painfully more and more clear that if you don't know what you're getting yourself into, if you don't know what the product is and what it should be like, then you should just do free to play. Like, you should learn the game first and know what like what is even available, what's possible. Then once you know what you're getting yourself into and you have a bit of research under your belt, you can vet properly any of the pay to play sessions, DMs, and if you get into a situation where like they're just railroading you, like whatever and all that stuff, they're wasting your time, or you can get that from anyone, then yeah, you'll know how to get yourself out. So that's basically the
market research.
Yeah,
basically.
That is the huge downfall to pay to play, in my opinion, is the fact that when you put money towards it, you get what you pay for. You, just like any other product, especially ones that aren't well vetted, or don't have a refund policy, which TTRPG pay to play typically don't, like at least not listed, or forced. It's not not mandated. What's the word? It's not regulated. And because it's not regulated, you could go in, pay, and be out that money and be screwed, like Bash was saying, where you get killed in the first 6 rounds and you can't play.
Such a crazy story. Oh my god.
It does take more on you as a player to vet those people out ahead of time. If they don't have a Discord, chances are they're small and starting off, so I would probably skip them at first. If they have a Discord, get in their Discord, talk to their other players. Kind of like a review system. People will tell you if they did or didn't like them, and if they did like them, maybe you can get with those people and feel comfortable paying for that service if you want. But free to play is out there, and it takes just as much work. What?
I mean, there's no barrier to entry, right? If you get into a game and it's filled with assholes, you can like say, "Oh, I guess this isn't the group for me." And then leave.
Absolutely.
And you lose no money on that. It's kind of the thing, right?
Exactly. All you lose is time, and literally, there is no difference of either whether you pay or whether it's free as to how hard it's going to be to find a game that you're going to enjoy. It's literally the same either way. So it's just up to you how you want to do it.
Yeah. For sure.
I mean, one of the things
Good
I'd
point.
suggest, always message the other players in that campaign.
Mhm.
Get a grasp on how this DM is, especially if you're coming into a campaign that's already started and they know
Right. Yes.
from experience what's going on. Message those other players like, so, how's this DM? Just kind of get a rough idea of how things are going in there, because you could be hopping into a shit show for lack of words,
And if
and
they
then not
say,
find out until
it's
3
okay,
rounds
I
later
guess. Right.
or 3 sessions later.
They're like, yeah.
And take those reviews with a grain of salt too, because I always tell people not every DM is for every player, not every campaign is for every player.
Yep.
So whereas 5 people might say, man, this DM's really good, he really listens to our needs, blah blah blah, and you get in there and you don't like it, it's not because they lied to you, it's you have your own personal opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the biggest drawback is, honestly, even with free to play, but with pay to play, there's a little bit more of a loss because you're paying to play, is the DM.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say,
are they there for you, or are they there for the money? That's where it falls down.
Yeah. And that's why the DM, like, it falls on the player to do the research, to find the DM, and really, like, the ones that do the YouTube videos and you watch them, you can tell if it's a DM versus player DM, or if it's a collaborative DM, someone who's wanting that story from the players. And most players that are going to pay want collaborative. So look at their socials, do your research, ask the questions, Otherwise, find a group that does free to play. I'm actually in a bunch of different groups, so if anyone needs help finding a home, just let me know, and I'll try to help you find a home. It's not going to be TNB, unfortunately. We just filled up, but I'll help, because I'm literally in 50 other communities.
Shout out to Larpstrong. Thank you. Okay.
I mean, yeah, that's another thing I guess you could bring into thought is if you see people that stream D&D and they have openings for their sessions, they're usually pay to play sometimes. And honestly, you've already been watching these DMs and kind of got an idea of what they do and how they work.
Unless you're Kevin and I, then it's all free to play.
It's actually just all free, yeah.
But the difference, Kev, if you notice, because we're free to play, we're always full.
True. Very true.
So that's actually kind of funny that you brought that up, Bash, because that's actually how I got into the group that I'm in now. And I've been playing with them for nearly 2 years. Started out just watching them on Twitch, had an opening, being a mega bongo.
Nice.
Consider watching someone stream like their interview. How does this DM perform?
Yeah. Like I was watching them, was just a viewer, then I became a mod, then I became an NPC, then I became a player.
I think things with, like, when I was DMing free to play, there's a lot of these people that come into a free to play setting expect you to be like Matt Mercer or something like that.
Oh yeah, Matt Mercer.
I'm not Matt Mercer. I'm sorry, I'm not that good.
Yeah. Weren't we just talking about that the other day?
We were, yeah.
The Mercer, yep. The McCree effect.
Which is nothing against him. I mean, he's an amazing DM, but
for sure, it's just the expectation. He's like at the pinnacle of what DMing supposedly is supposed to be like, but unreal expectations, and it maybe like it's not his fault or anything, but for people who take that, who are like how do I say, just not attached, like grounded on like the realisticness of like everyone's skill and experience, whatever, like it kind of just ruins it perhaps for a lot of people.
Right. But those are the people that get kicked out of your community and you never see again anyway. So definitely, if anyone out there thinks that that Matt Mercer is the best ever and any of the DMs that you're on suck because they're not like Matt Mercer, just tell your DM. Let them know. They care.
I think one of the things a lot of people overlook with that, to be honest, though, is it's not just Matt Mercer; it's his players as well.
Oh my God, yeah, like their whole
like that he's playing with that really build that story.
For sure, good point.
Yeah, they're all voice actors, and you gotta think too. They've all been together, and that's what really makes a good campaign is people who play together, because then they play off of each other no matter what character they play. So like if you look at TNB's Monday campaign, they all tend to know each other, so they all know, okay, this person's going to do this, so I'm not going to dig into that. Whereas my Wednesday crew, they're starting to learn that, so you'll see where they butt heads a lot, and they're like, well, I would do this or I would do that, and then they're new adventurers, so as they grow up, so to speak, in the character game and getting to know each other, they'll start playing better, and then they just, the next campaign will be better.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
like the flow comes over time, right? How you interact with each other, like developing like a safe dynamic, know how far you can push, what you can expect people to immediately play off of, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I like what S Rose just said too. Like, there's something else that we didn't mention and no one else often takes into account for. They have an entire production team. While Matt Mercer and his team do a lot of the stuff, all the other people in the background are doing other stuff too. So like Kev in his community, I always praise the DnDoodle Twitch community because you all work really well together. So like my community, we work together behind the scenes, but on stream you don't really see that. But like you guys are like on stream, off stream, blah blah blah. Very very tight knit community. That's what matters. So all of you out there who are watching, thank you for showing us how a great community is built. And
I think, of course, we can thank Kev for that because he is so kind of
good.
Yeah, he's open and sort of approachable and very like honest. And
he's got a
smile is really nice, Kev. I have your stream open in another window. Good, good.
I love that new camera angle now.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm trying to make him blush. Is it working? I can't tell.
I mean, it's been you've been poking shots at me several times throughout the stream. Go ahead, Dragon.
The one thing that came to mind was good communities are only built around good people.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have no idea how this happened then because I'm a shitty. Anywho, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I think what happens here though is everyone has their own opinions. You have people, who are not one-sided. They have their opinion, but they listen to others' opinions, and that's really what matters. Because, like Lewis isn't saying, well, 3.5 is better and 5e sucks. Lewis is saying 3.5 I like better and 5e has its benefits, but I prefer 3.5, which is that's a nice way of saying it, and it matters.
Yeah. Lewis is just a very
extra modular bits and like that plethora of choice when thinking through strategies, right?
Mm-hmm.
In 5e, if you're playing the fighter, kind of do the same thing every time, mostly. And then you're very reactive otherwise.
Oh, Kev, can you kick Paul?
Yeah, I know. You just got done saying that. And then
just kick him real quick.
That's so funny. He's literally a mod.
I know. Let me kick
you.
himself.
Actually.
Oh no.
So I do have to go. I appreciate y'all having me.
Oh, cool.
Fun
hey.
talking D&D.
Yeah, Bash, thank you very much for being around for the conversation. We should definitely do this again. Like, your input was super, super great.
Appreciate it. Had a lot of fun.
Awesome. See you around then. Cool. So, I think we've basically come to a conclusion, a satisfying conclusion to pay-to-play versus free-to-play. So yeah. I'm happy with this, and I'm good to now move on to the next subject, if y'all are down for that, and that is something that I think Lewis will like, but more importantly, Paul will like. Pathfinders versus D&D 5e, and also other options, and maybe we can talk about the pros and cons. This is just like a fun topic. We have 40 minutes left, something like that.
Just like what system to play based on what sort of game you want, right?
Yeah.
So let's. I'm going to be very non-versed in this because I've only ever played 5e.
Okay. Oh, this is something that I actually know more than you, Dragon. Oh my god, what a first timer! Seriously, you literally know like everything.
Let me put it this way: my mind is a steel trap case for stuff that means nothing. Stuff that's not important.
So I have a question though, because you have it listed as Pathfinder versus D&D 5e, but
There's
Is it
different
Pathfinder? Yeah, yeah. Is it Pathfinder versus D&D, or is it a version of Pathfinder? Because
So I play 1E because
Yeah.
honestly, second edition did some weird stuff, and there's also not as much content there yet,
Really?
right?
Okay.
One of the
yeah.
things I really like about the first edition is that it's been developed and iterated on so much that there's just so many options, right?
Ooh. Sorry, Bash just posted his photo of his tablet in the IRL photos.
Oh shit! I've been wanting to see that.
Nice.
Yo, that looks great. That's exciting as hell. Looking
all you
forward.
nerdy drawers, artists.
Dude, honestly, like, I know this is not the topic that we're talking about. A little bit of a tangent. Drawing. I never thought I was gonna draw in my life, and I just started like this year in April. Drawing is so badass, and also it's extremely practical. If you want to market an idea or make something attractive or explain something, you could just draw it in a way that is appealing, and just people like it.
Yeah,
It's
people like visual aids.
yeah, visual aids in general. Like, there's so many things, there are so many applicable skills or situations in which drawing is very useful.
Well, Kev, can you draw me so I can stop going to the gym, because I go to the gym to be attractive.
I can
Well,
do that, but I think you're attractive, by the
The
way.
idea of you attractive, but then people would actually see you.
Oh yeah, that's true. Damn.
Fuck, dude. Positive, supportive. That's the kind of
Yes.
community. Yes, yes, yes. Okay.
No, but, like, so keep working.
Slowly but surely. I actually had a guy walk up to me in the gym the other day, and he's like, "Hey man, good job. Like, I was 300 pounds once," and he's a fit dude. And I was like, I'm in the middle of doing freaking chest flies, and I'm just like, "Thanks, dude. I used to be 504 pounds."
Oh shit. Well, congratulations. Actually, that's actually
Oh my god!
pretty. What was that? That's really amazing. Congratulations about that, Armstrong.
Thank you.
Wait, what's that converted from freedom units?
What was that? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
What's that
Oh.
converted from freedom units?
So
A lot.
you can use kilograms or stone.
Kilograms, dude.
Okay.
Only the British use stone for some
I don't know where
weird.
you were.
Wait, is Dragon about to Google this for Lewis? Because like literally,
228.6 kilo.
No, I'm doing it.
No.
228.6 kilo.
now I'm 340. So what's that?
154.2.
Yeah, that's
Yikes.
yeah.
You can see it on my stream too. March versus now.
Yeah. Dude,
See,
I still weigh half your current weight.
Oh, I'm coming your way then, bud. I'll be there.
we're halfway there.
But anyways, so
Yeah.
Pathfinder versus
Yeah,
D&D, not
Right.
not editions, right? Just Pathfinder versus D&D, or are
Sure.
we doing 1E versus
Yes.
5E?
Like kind of like editions of of D&D as well, right? Because the older editions still exist, and there's
Sure.
also material for them.
I would
Yep.
be interested in. So when I wrote this question, my intention was Pathfinder 1E and D&D 5E, but it would be
Right.
interesting to consider all the other editions as well if they're relevant to the conversation. I mean, it is relevant to the conversation.
Right.
So let's just go ahead
Yeah.
and go for it.
Pathfinder was sort of developed from 3.5, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It started, Paizo, the company that made it, started out essentially making third-party adventure modules and adventure paths for 3.5. But then they just homebrewed their own system, made a lot of different classes, sort of added a lot more customizability, if that's a word,
Yep.
to things, and also tried to make something else out of the grappling rules in 3.5, because, oh boy, those were not easy to understand when you read them.
What a strange.
It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it's very number crunchy, right? There's lots more bonuses to get, so your numbers get way higher, but some bonuses don't stack. There's lots of different sources for different things. Like some spells give like luck bonuses, while other gives like magical enhancement bonuses. And yeah, it's a lot more to consider when making a character, but once you're actually playing, it functions very much the same, I feel. But there's still... Right.
Sure.
Sorry.
So I was gonna say, Dragon hit the nail on the head.
Yes, complexity.
Yeah, like I played a little of each, like very little of each, and I stuck with 5e because of the lack of complexity. I did not like to have to have a DM sit down with me for upwards to 2 to 3 hours sometimes to create a character.
That happened for sure.
Now, on the opposite side of that, for those of you out there who love that ability to just make whatever you really have in your head happen, you can't do that off the bat in 5e. You have to add homebrew, you have to add fluff and ask the DM to make changes and blah blah blah. Whereas like your 3.5, you don't have to.
If you've played Pathfinder for a bit, then you kind of you can hear, like, check with your GM, like, hi, I want to make this sort of character, and I'm going to pick this class, and like I want to see if I can't take this feat at some point, right? And like, as long as that's okay, then you can basically do everything else on your own, right? Like, as long as you roll your stats, everybody is fair about that, or pick an array or whatever, right? As long as you have those basics, you can kind of just make whatever, and then you have the same amount of coming up with backstory and like connections. Like, I love session zeros for allowing players to make like common connections between their characters, right?
Mm-hmm.
But again, that's like universal.
Yeah, but that's not mechanics, so that's the role play. Like, really,
right.
Obviously, there's two big things when it comes to Pathfinder versus D&D is a story, right? They're different. They're just different stories, different books, different realms, different ecosystems. And the mechanic side...
Sorry, yes.
Well, I was going to say, from the mechanic side, the difference of each edition is literally just the mechanics of what does one role and how do you break down that role, versus D&D 5e, what is one role and how do you break down that role,
Because basically you can try to tell the same story within both, right?
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
There's just again, the amount of complexity, which I also feel like if you have more complexity, it's a way to also get more nuance and have that nuance reflected in like how the roles go, right? Rather than it just being fluff, as you say. Because you can essentially use the same stat block for 3 different enemies in D&D. Say that this one is an animal and it tries to bite you, and this other one is a dude with a sword and he tries to stab you. Mechanically, they're not practically different most of the time.
Right. Just to clarify on screen here, Kev, you have like D&D versus Pathfinder, one being crunchy and one being simple. That's not the case. It's the version that is the difference, because D&D 3.5 and Pathfinder 3.5 are literally... Oh, well, yeah, sorry. I call it 3.5 because literally that it is a split off of D&D 3.5. But yeah, so Pathfinder 1 is spot on the same mechanics with different words being used for a role. So what do they call it?
They did some simplifications of the skill set, and they added a bunch more different feats. So you get them at you get them more often as you level up. You get more like a new choice of customizability every odd level.
Yeah, it was just homebrew. Like you said, it started off as them writing their own homebrew and selling it,
They
and then
wanted more
eventually,
variety. They wanted more stuff.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. So I just want to make sure because
Yeah.
it's not
hard
really...
to organize this on the screen when
Yeah.
we're talking about all the Pathfinders and all the D&Ds.
Yeah.
So I think it
Right.
was actually a really good question by you earlier to say, like, are we doing just one first edition Pathfinders and 5th edition D&D, or like everything?
First edition and 5th edition.
Yeah.
So let's
Because
just go ahead
in
and do
general, those are where the differences are, other than story, which obviously we all know there's a different story.
Yeah. They have different worlds. They have stuff.
Yeah.
But what I think would be beneficial here, Lewis, is to describe a situation, like you said, a bite and a stab wound in Pathfinder or in 1E versus a bite and a stab wound in 5E. How would you mathematically, what are the rolls that you have to break down? So the roll you're rolling versus the how do you create the AC, as 5E calls it, from 1E? Like, break that down, and you can then see how one's crunchy, aka more complex, and one's more simplistic.
So, in Pathfinder, like some of the things that are different between the two there is that swords often in Pathfinder and the D&D 3.5, I think we just say that that's always a given almost. Swords have more crit range. They don't just crit on a 19, for example. That's one thing. Generally, animals tend to have special abilities associated with either how they move or what happens when they attack.
Sure.
So, for example, a wolf has, I don't know if it has that in D&D actually, but it has the thing that whenever it lands a hit, it can automatically try to trip its opponent.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So
isn't that
flat-footedness?
Like, what?
Oh no,
No,
I
you
think
talking
it's
about,
completely different. But isn't that
No.
also something that you can have in like any stat block in a monster in 5e as well, D&D 5e?
You can add that. Generally, it's not as often, and also Pathfinder has more bonuses and penalties that are different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a big thing.
While 5e has advantage and disadvantage, and these cancel each other out 1-to-1.
Yeah.
In Pathfinder, there are if you're prone, you have a -4 to your AC against melee attacks, but a +4 against ranged attacks.
Yeah.
And all your attacks take a penalty as well. Meanwhile, you can have other buffs that are like a +1 or +2. So these things are more incremental, right? There's lots of smaller incremental bonuses here and there. Also, if in Pathfinder, if you move, you can generally only make one attack, right? Even if you have multiple on the thing, because you have both a
Full
standard
action.
and a move action.
Yeah.
And then you combine that to make a full round, right?
Yeah.
In
a full round
5e,
action.
you have your your standard action and you have your bonus action, and then movement is just something you have.
Does it?
That just exists outside of that.
Okay.
Which is weird because sometimes they say like, oh yeah, you can use this ability, but then your movement speed becomes 0 for the rest of your turn.
Sure.
Which is like, yeah, you lose your move action, but they had to reword it because they removed the existence of the action.
So I want to kind of take a step back because I know enough about Pathfinder 1E to just know what it means, but I know that means anyone who's never played and seen the sheet or anything like that has no idea what you're talking about, and literally So I think it might be beneficial, just throwing it out there, Kev, if you pull up and show side by side a 5e sheet versus a Pathfinder 1e sheet.
Fair.
So you can kind of go through and see literally how much calculation has to go in on a sheet on a 1e versus the 5e to track those things. Like I said, your AC is tracked by I think it's up to 8 different things, and then you add feats on top of that.
And most bonuses don't stack. Dodge bonuses stack for some reason on AC, and all untyped bonuses stack with everything else.
What are we trying to look at right now?
So Pathfinder 1E character sheet.
Character sheet, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and
also every skill has like 2 checkboxes and like 5 different things that can give it a modifier.
The character sheet's gonna give like a lot of clarity.
Because so many columns for everything.
The other thing, Lewis, that makes you mentioned about how there's only one attack. Pathfinder, you have the ability to literally get. I think the max I've gotten is like 10 maybe attacks on one character because of a certain build, because he has the ability where every attack of opportunity, because in 5e you only get 1 attack of opportunity period per turn. It doesn't matter, you only get 1. Whereas in Pathfinder, just standard, not homebrew, there's a class in the martial, it's basically like a monk. I forget the book that came out that gave you this, but every attack of opportunity you get, if something comes into your range, something leaves your range, if it falls on the floor, if it stands up, every time you get an attack of opportunity. So I think I've got 10
all of those strokes attack opportunity. By base, you have 1, and there's a feat you can get that lets you take a number of additional attacks of opportunity up
and
to your dex modifier.
Yep, there you go.
Maybe we should start with D&D first. We see here that it's very simple. You just basically fill in your ability scores, like strength, dex, whatever, and then they give really easy bonuses to a limited amount, not limited, a smaller amount of skills that are pretty much include most everything.
Because it's your stat plus your proficiency, and then you double your proficiency if you have expertise. And that's essentially always your skill modifier.
Yeah, and that's basically it. There are like set numbers that apply to many different things. However, for Pathfinders, and oh man, I love this sheet. For Pathfinders, this is the skill bonuses.
Tree.
On the right side,
and there are a bunch of different defenses and go ahead.
You see the abilities, right? Where it says strength, dex, con at the top left. It has 4 boxes. Really, you only need the first 2, right?
Right.
It's your base attribute and what modifier that gives. Right. The other thing is if you take in essentially ability score damage, that's like your temporary, like whatever it is when you have bonuses or penalties based on spell effects, for example. There's just not a column on the other sheet for that. I don't know.
Lewis killed Dragon's brain. Dragon's like, nope.
So what I will say though, there's definitely a lot more details on here, right? There's like this whole aspect of combat maneuvers and basic attack bonus. Is that included in D&D?
Yeah.
No. Well, it is, but it's different.
Okay, it's just different. And one of the main things I was mentioning in the D&D character sheet is that there's like a smaller amount of skills. These are the skills, and they break down like knowledge. It's not just Arcana.
It's religion, arcane, and in D&D it is like 3 different. It's nature, arcane, and religion.
And in Pathfinders, Arcana, engineering, geography, history, local, nature, nobility, planes, religion. Actually, I kind of missed this, but I know that it's like very over the top, and there's a lot of other.
What's the? I think we forgot one in D&D, right? There's one that's like for societal things.
No, there's nothing for societal things.
Is there nothing for societal?
Which actually I've wanted that, and I've had to
like one that's for like history and culture and stuff like that.
Exactly, yeah. I just did like an intelligence or like charisma based on what the character's general affinities are towards, and like how they would.
Like, honestly, I think the having local nobility and history, and then also geography as like entirely separate skills might be a bit overkill.
It's kind of, I don't know, I just thought it was interesting though, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's just geography. A lot of the things that it says in the description that it applies to is also things that you would know if you knew your history. So there's like a bit of overlap there.
Yep.
like there's a lot of country borders and like where the mountains are, right? It's
Kevin
For
got
sure.
rid of it because he was blowing people's mind with the sheet.
Yeah.
Oh no, I mean like I think we've gotten the information that we
Yeah.
needed. Basically, there's a
Yeah.
lot more details and number crunching and a lot of bonuses, extra random bonuses to consider. And actually, so that might be a disadvantage for some, but I want to give an example of a situation in which there was I thought there was a really good point from a YouTube video that I watched. Basically, so there are a lot of skills or situations in D&D in which if you get into an advantageous situation, you get advantage. Real cool. It's like streamlines the entire process so that you can just like get that advantage in whatever you're doing and just go on with the day and resolve the situation. However, it then perhaps oversimplifies how significant a certain advantage should be. So in Pathfinders, if you are like certain like hiding behind certain covers gives you a plus amount instead of just like advantage, or like flanking someone gives like a certain plus bonus or whatever. There are a lot of different situations that give you plus and minuses and that define all of those different situations. But then you don't get that, and so someone who's simply like flanking, like the rogue that's flanking in D&D, has the same advantage as you did when you cast that spell and you did this whole super strategic outplay, but that's all you get. You're going to get the same thing that someone's going to get from a very simple tactical advantage. And so I think that's also another thing. Go ahead.
Which means, like, the bonuses spells can give is sort of limited in certain ways.
Sure.
Because it's like you get this and then you get advantage, right? Or you negate certain things that would give you disadvantage. So also they can stack, right? In Pathfinder, you can have a spell that increases your ability to lie to people, for example. I think it's like glibness is like a spell that just gives you a plus 10 on a single deception check.
Yeah.
But that is added on top of if your friend is next to you and he like backs up your story, that gives you like a plus 2 additional. But
Something,
in D&D, they give you advantage, and then the other one is a spell slot that also gives you advantage.
Yep.
And there's no interaction, right? And they're worth as much.
Yeah, which is perhaps a turnoff for some people who want to like edge out that advantage.
Yeah, like
and be rewarded for their customization.
Things. Yeah, and if you like figure out if you know what you want to do and figure out all the things that is working in your favor and make all the things come together, right? You get your plan for like achieving this thing. Then you can basically set up a situation in which you basically cannot fail if you play your cards right. If you go into the story, if you engage with the different NPCs, you can get different bonuses. You can find the wizard that has like the right scroll for the situation, and then get all that to come together, and then just like, boom, it just almost has to work.
Exactly that. Larpstrong, do you have anything to add on to this, or?
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, I do agree, like with the stat abilities to be so vast in 1E, it does allow a lot of range between how advantageous something is versus in 5E where it's either advantageous, disadvantageous,
like
or
literally the verbiage. Yeah,
that's all it is. Now the difference is that then relies more on the DM's ability to change that. So for example, what I often do, like, so cover, like if someone's hiding behind a tree, that's not necessarily full cover, which means it can't be seen. That could just be 3/4 cover, which is a +4, right? And then a rogue who wants to stealth, and this is one thing in my games I really have to break early on, is okay, I roll for stealth, I roll for stealth because I want to hide. And I'm like, you're in the middle of a field. What are you hiding? Where are you hiding? How are you hiding?
I flat in the grass. I have my ghillie suit.
Right, exactly. And it's like, okay, well, you can roll for it, but you change those things on the fly. And I think that 1E or 3.5 for for D&D is really great for people once they've got into 5e and they've gotten a feel for just rolling dice and playing and building a character, and they don't want to change 5e. I would say then start merging, like have a DM who knows 3.5 or who's in the 1e Pathfinder, start merging over into that realm and start running a campaign in that realm, which is really the opposite of what like your Critical Role did. They went from 3.5 to 5e, and
they were making a show, right? So they wanted it to have. They didn't want to have to look stuff up in the book mid-session, right?
Yeah. Also, they were partnering with D&D Beyond, who said, "Hey, we're only 5e." Not saying that's the only reason. I'm not knocking them by any means, but for people who want more not homebrew, more of open abilities, but don't want to go into a homebrew realm or just opening up random stuff as they go, then jump to your 3.5 or your 1e. You'll have those options. Just know that I find that as a player, 3.5 or 1e tends to be more me having to know all the stuff versus 5e. The DM tends to know it and just runs with stuff. Like I say, hey, I wanna jump up that scaffolding, jump off, and Assassin's Creed down on this guy. Okay, cool. Well, give me an acrobatics check and an attack roll. Versus in 3.5, it would be an acrobatics to a what is it?
Jump up on gripped ledge, and then there's like a climb check to like get yourself up there.
Climb check.
Yeah,
exactly.
But and then there's like a second acrobatics check to actually make a jump, like down again, to like make sure you get like far enough to like land on the person.
Yeah.
And then what do you get out of that? Well, you have high ground.
Yeah, because I actually have a really good example for that, because my DM on Friday, Charlie, who runs the Cataclysm AE on the Triumph and Blunder community, he runs a homebrew that's very D20, that was originally D20 based, that he merged into D&D 5e to try, because I said, look, dude, I don't want to play 3.5 or what's it called, open 20 or whatever it's called. And so he created it, and we're finding that unfortunately we're having to do a lot of homebrews to do stuff we want. But in that campaign as 5e, if I want to do something cool, it's usually 2 rolls max, right? Whereas when I had that same character build in his other homebrew that was like a 3.5, I had to do an acrobatics, then I had to do a roll check, then I had to do an attack. And so the issue with that is you have more failure points. So
maybe thing is, if you have more failure points, you probably don't want the likelihood of failure at any given point be too high, right? So you'll have more easier rolls, or depending on, they're easier if you are like good at those things, right? In 3.5 or Pathfinder.
Sure.
And then
Pathfinder's. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
And then sort of that should probably even out, that people still get to do cool things roughly as often, right?
Well, but here's the other aspect of that, as the people who saw the character sheet, your skill abilities are so vast that, again, now, so I play charismatic, acrobatic kind of people, so now I've got to say, well, shoot, I can't have, my high acrobatics because I have a high dex and I'm proficient in acrobatics, and my high persuasion because I got a decent charisma and I'm proficient in that. And then in 3.5, now I've got to have that roll, and I've got to have the climb, and I've got, so I have to split. Whereas I would have had 2 different proficiency skills. Now I have to have 5, so you split it. So skill monkeys are so much harder, and it's not like you're getting a bunch of extra skills per se. You do get a little bit more skill. The ability to move skills around in 3.5.
4 times the number of skills.
Yeah, I think actually a ton more points.
Yeah,
actually.
Well, you get to move them, yes, because in 5e you don't change skills; it's proficiencies and expertise.
Right.
You're not singleizing points, which for character
a
creation
rogue has 8 times as much to go off of. Fighter.
True, yeah, because you have a pool that you move rather than proficiencies that you choose.
Right.
it makes it a little harder for me to do like I like to do, which is I like to kind of be like a jack of all trade. Makes it a little harder because then you won't have those higher ones. But then you have feats that kind of give you the take 20 and stuff like that that you don't really see in you don't see those in D&D.
What I would say is I think that jack of all trades, specifically you were actually saying the example of an acrobatics person with that is charismatic or whatever. Literally, if you just pick a rogue who, by the way, different classes have access to more skill points because of their class. Rogues get the most skill points. Have access to most skill points. Then you could be that skill monkey, based on however you build. There are feats as well that give you literally like +3, +6 in a certain skill. At low levels, no matter how like what class you are in D&D, you're limited to how high your skill checks can go ever. But then at a pretty relatively pretty low level, level 2, 3, whatever, you can have like super high rankings in a particular skill. You can specialize, or you can even have that amount in like several abilities quite early on. So I think that's still quite possible in Pathfinders. Like you can still kind of generalize in that way. You just have to know your options and how to do that. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just if you want to specialize really heavy and have like by level 4 have a +20 in a skill,
you could do that.
You're probably going to have to put a lot of different resources into getting there. Right.
Yeah.
And you can't do that for everything. But also that's like doing that is also hyper specialization, right? You can totally do a jack of all trades because the latter half of that is master of none, right? So you don't have like a 20 in anything, but you can have like a decent like 8 to 12, right? Something in there in like
that's
5
exactly
or
right.
6 different.
I don't know. Everything just died.
Yeah, I know. It just got quiet, so I was really confused.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it all boils down to the knowledge too. Because like when I first got into 3.5, it was a guy that I used to LARP with, who I was like, hey, I want to learn to role play better because I just got into LARPing, and he was like, well, hey, I've got a Pathfinder game. Come play Pathfinder, right? I go to his house. It's 5 people that I don't know, one being the DM. And they're all creating new characters for this new campaign that he's running, and they all know each other, and they're creating their characters. And they go, "Hey, here's this software. Create a character." And I'm like, "Well, okay, cool. Sure." And I'm looking through the software, and I'm going, "Oh my god, this is not a thing." So then finally, I got him to sit down, and I just said, "Look, man," I said, "this is what I want to play." So he made the character, right? And I enjoyed the character, and once you start going, it does become easier. I'm not saying it's hard all the way. It does get easier. But because of needing that software, just like for people who have 5e and needing D&D Beyond to create characters, you get kind of out of the loop of how to do those character creations, and you just kind of put points places or whatever based on what looks good, and then you end up finding out during game, oh shoot, that's not what that means. Oh dang, well.
Thing is, then I think a friendly GM would be like, oh, you misunderstood how that worked. Well, you can like swap that out because it doesn't do the thing you wanted it to do anyway, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's the same thing with 5e. If you build spec into something, I just found that with 5e, out of the gate, people find it easier to see things and understand things, and then because it is so streamlined, like knowledge, for example, I don't have to spend 5 points of knowledge in every knowledge to be knowledgeable. I just proficiency in knowledge, and I'm done. Now, given I might only have 3 proficiencies, and now I'm minimizing my other proficiency options. But it seems a little more easier in my simplistic thought process. But then I am limited on my options. So there might be 20 on average character builds that I play with that I make small changes to here and there, versus a Pathfinder. It's not limitless, but close to it.
Right. It's if you want to play a character for at least like 5 or 6 sessions, right? You're gonna have to play for so many years before you have played even like all the different classes.
Yeah.
Because there are something like I don't know, 20, close to 30 different classes with all different abilities, and they all have like 7 to 30 archetypes. Swap those out. And then there's like 400 feats or something that you can pick that's universal for every character.
Yeah, and that's just for Pathfinder 1E. Like we're not talking about
that's like first party stuff. That's like without all the homebrew stuff that people have made.
Exactly. So that's not including all of the D. I can't remember what I think it's called D20 system, like the D20 system that has literally a plethora of other options. So you can make it as easy or as hard as you want, but 5e is meant specifically to be easy.
Right.
So I want to, since we are at about 4 minutes left into scheduled stream time, I just want to generalize, like come to some conclusions for Pathfinders and D&D. Yeah, let's go ahead and just try to do that. So, what are some thoughts to generalize, like maybe why someone should choose one or the other? Is one better than the other? Blah blah blah. Can we just make some generalizations about those?
Yeah, Paul also brought up a point. There's actually 3,549 feats.
Oh, cool.
That you can choose.
Nice. Thank you for that, Paul.
Yeah. But yeah, general points. Like you've written some, right? There's 5e has it's an easier time getting into it.
Yep.
It's also easier to improvise stuff. You can just add fluff here and there and like make up some roles.
Sure.
Yeah, with empty space. But if you wanna keep things very consistent, like what things does, then if you make like up what you roll and what you need to do something, then as a GM, if you want that to be the same case every time, you have to write that down, right? In Pathfinder, there's rules for that. There's a feat you can take to get the ability to use skills differently. There's additional bonuses for certain situations, and like if you just search stuff up, there's like just this is how you do it, right? Just start out for a lot of people.
Sure, for sure. So D&D. Oh well, there was an ad. So D&D. Simplicity, good for newer players. Pathfinders, there are a lot of different choices and customization.
Yes, and like in D&D, if you play a healer, right, the cleric with the life domain is like the go-to.
Sure.
And once you've played the healer cleric, you've basically mechanically played every healer cleric. In Pathfinder, there's lots of different ways you can get to be that fountain of life for your party, right? There's like, I could probably name like at least 8 different ways different classes can be the healer.
For sure. Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. There's several very, very different and respectable builds that you can make as a cleric, whereas maybe in D&D, the cleric experience is somewhat similar, definitely more so similar to like as you pick different classes and subclasses in D&D versus in Pathfinders. For sure, yeah, I can see that you're definitely path of exiling into a very specific build whenever you play Pathfinders. Lepstrong?
Yeah, I was going to say, just for simplicity's sake,
yeah,
since I am a lover of 5e, 5e is heavy collaborative, low mechanics, whereas Pathfinder is heavy mechanics, low collaborative. Like you don't have to collaborate. The mechanics are there for you to say, I'm doing this because of these things. Whereas 5e, it's more like, I want to do this. How do I do this, DM?
Sure.
And that's really the simplest way to put it.
Let's see.
Yeah. When you said low collaborability, I was like, but people can work together really easily. And actually, if you know what your character does, right, and some other people know what their character does, you can essentially sort of work together to like figure out more ways to like work together like that to give each other bonuses. Because as we mentioned previously, again in D&D, it's just, oh yeah, I just show up and then like the guy has the advantage.
Yeah. That's a
You can
whole
describe
topic.
it, but you don't have to.
Yeah, advantage in 5e is a whole nother topic.
Yeah,
Right,
for sure.
but it's like instead of numerical bonuses to stuff, right? Which is
Yeah.
the contrast in a lot of ways.
Yeah, because it's lower math for simplicity's sake.
Yes.
Cool. Okay. Let's see. So 5e, more collaboration because you need to figure out and fill in the blanks on like how to do certain things. And Pathfinders, perhaps you don't need that as much because there is a set way many of the times of how things should be done. But it's not required. There's also a case to be said that like collaboration could still be required because you could shift the rule set to maybe fit your own purposes, or try to even make something that's not even currently present in the Pathfinder system in that Pathfinder shell. But anywho,
yeah, I think if you're trying to just baseline it, like not including homebrew-esque stuff, not including the DM maybe, that's why we said that's how the two are. One's mechanic heavy, one's not.
And that's basically it. And I mean, specifically, I switched to D&D when I went into Twitch because I knew it would be easier to bring onboard more players, and it's easier to explain the general. Also, just D&D is like the category in Twitch.
Yeah.
Pathfinder category is just not existent. Actually, people literally DM Pathfinders into D&D category.
Yeah, because it's like the brand of Wizard of the Coast, but it's also what people just say when they refer to medieval fantasy tabletop RPGs.
For sure.
Yeah, and Polly made a good point about other TTRPGs, which we won't mention, but look at Cthulhu any day.
For sure, yeah. We should definitely have a segment on one of those, maybe just like walk through some of them together, maybe compare some of them. But with that being said, guys, we're going to go ahead and end this stream. Let me turn on the music. And thank you all very much for coming along. Can we get another shout out for Larpstrong? Thank you very much, Lewis. Shifting, thank you very much for being here as well. Y'all have been...
Shifting was still here?
Yeah, for sure. They came back after a phone call.
Oh, dang. I felt bad. We didn't let Shifting get in on that.